So there.
Good morning and welcome to the regular meeting of the Golden Rain, the regular meeting of the Board of Directors of the Golden Rain Foundation of Laguna Woods, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation, Tuesday, April 4th, 9:30 a.m., Laguna Woods City Hall. We have a quorum, and I would also like to acknowledge that Director Circle, Tom Circle, is on the phone. Can you speak, Tom?
I'm here.
Hi, Tom.
Hello, everybody.
All right. Good morning, Tom.
Can the audience hear him?
Okay. All right. I would now ask Director Beth Perrick to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have a lot.
All right. Thank you, Beth. I'd like to acknowledge the media. All right. Thank you. So we have the Globe and we're on TV6. Now I'd like to ask for approval of the agenda.
I so move.
All right. Any discussion? Yes, Beth?
Second. Go second.
Okay, you're, all right. So there being no objection, the agenda is approved. Approval of the minutes of the meeting of March 7th.
I so move.
All right. And Joan, I think you have some corrections? No?
Need a second?
Wow.
I second that.
Second. All right. There being no discussion, the minutes are approved. Okay, rolling right along, we are now at item number 6, which is the report of the chair. And I really debated whether I should say this or not, but I was watching Sunday Morning on CBS this past Sunday, and there was an interview with Willie Nelson, and he has a new song that's called "Woke Up, Still Not Dead Again This Morning." And in a way, I think that that is a gratitude statement. So I think we should all be grateful that we're in this room and functioning at some various levels. And so thank you, Willie. And we have a Willie impersonator coming up at the Performing Arts Center who's supposed to be pretty authentic. So once again, I would like to thank the City of Laguna Woods for the use of the council chambers. Last Thursday, March 30th, at Clubhouse 7, there was a special meeting of the corporate members, and at that meeting, the members voted to approve a trust amendment and a bylaw amendment. This was the result of negotiations to end the lawsuit between United and Mutual 50. This vote of approval ended officially that litigation and keeps us out of court. The two main changes are that the Towers is now entitled to an ex officio seat on the GRF board. That means a non-voting seat. And GRF looks forward to welcoming the Towers ex officio member when one is selected. The other major change in that settlement was that GRF must now have approval by vote of the corporate members for any capital improvement project in excess of $500,000, which should make for an interesting future. During the meeting on Thursday, only 3 directors spoke during member comments, but one, a GRF director, made some rather disparaging remarks about our past and current management. I feel I would be remiss to not go on record and state what I feel is the feeling of the majority of the GRF board, and that is that we totally support our current management team and feel very fortunate to have them. We are now in the budget planning time of the year. GRF is charged with the responsibility of all of our common area facilities. The clubhouses, the recreation venues, security, transportation, cable TV, broadband, those all fall under GRF. The mutuals primarily are responsible for the upkeep of your manors and the areas surrounding your manors. We have very different missions and very different priorities. And I hope that during the budget planning process, the boards will respect one another's missions. Now, with that, I would like to read a commendation for the life-saving actions of Luis Lopez. Whereas Mr. Luis Lopez is a landscaping lead at Laguna Woods Village, a community of active seniors, and whereas on March 23rd, 2017, Mr. Lopez was exiting Laguna Woods Village and noticed the gate ambassador at gate 11 was unresponsive. And whereas after detecting no pulse and no breathing, Mr. Lopez quickly called 911 and then gave life-saving assistance to the gate ambassador. And whereas Mr. Lopez stayed with the gate ambassador until help arrived, whereas Mr. Lopez assisted with the gate entry at gate 11 until security arrived, and now therefore on this day, April 4th, 2017, the Board of Directors of GRF recognizes, commends, and thanks Mr. Luis Lopez for taking quick action and saving the life of a resident of Laguna Woods Village.
There are 3 or 4 more seats along the window here.
Don't lean in. Stay back. Stay back.
If anybody else wants a seat, there's some seats over here.
Much better. I'm sorry. Do that.
Thank you very much. And by the way, the tall gentleman is Landscape Director Kurt Ron, and the man in the blue shirt is Dennis Pratt, the supervisor. Okay, item number 7 is update from our VMS board representative, Dan Kinney.
Nice crowd. That's why they pay you guys so much.
The pay is amazing.
Thanks a lot.
Luis is just one of the many, many coworkers that we have here that are so great. And I'll go into that in a little bit, just about some of the accolades that have been sent to our board about our current employees. But to bring you up to date on what we've been doing, at least for the past month since your last report, one of the things we did was to review the GRF and the mutual's earthquake insurance. While we don't set policy and all that, obviously if we were to have an earthquake in the village, it would have a significant impact on us. And so we were curious about that whole thing. If folks have not had an opportunity to go on the website, you can actually go on the website and find out what the status is of insurance policies for the different mutuals as well as GRF. GRF, as you know, has a difference in conditions policy, which will take care of at least some of damage if we were to have a significant earthquake. Interestingly enough, I was raised in Glendale, so everybody talked about the San Andreas Fault, as being the big one that was going to get you. Well, down here, it's probably not the San Andreas Fault, but the San Joaquin Hills thrust, they call it, or the Newport Inglewood. So we're not out of the woods. We're a long way from San Andreas, but we still have things. And so one of the things that we are looking at is how we are going to respond in case we have a major earthquake. It seems a long time ago, but we had a pretty significant storm. And it was very impressive with the way that staff responded to trees being down. I mean, if you drove down El Toro Road, particularly outside of Laguna Woods Village, you saw the amount of trees that were probably could have been planted a little bit better. We had damage here in the village, and it was responded to really well, but it wasn't quite the same as it was in some of the other areas. During the past month, we have the fitness center open, and I would hope that everyone's had a chance to go there. It's a little bit different than some of the other fitness centers, and one of the things that I know that Brad and Lori have talked about is maybe upgrading Fitness Center 1 and some of the others. Televisions, things like that, which are now in the main, or the one at the community center. One of the things we also did this past month was a benefit comparison study for our VMS employees. We had done a wage and salary, as you're aware, and this last month we looked at benefits and brought in, reviewed GRF and Seal Beach, Walnut Creek, City of Mission Viejo, and Costa Mesa, just to see how we compared. And we were, you know, very, very similar, although I do have to laugh. I think it was Costa Mesa where you can get, you know, like 30 days sick leave. It was pretty astounding. One of the things that we were worried about or concerned about and wanted to make sure we had in place was a good succession and cross-training plan. You know, even though we have almost 1,000 employees, you know, when you get towards the top, particularly with succession in department managers and things like that, it's critical that we have cross-training, and that's one of the things that we looked at and we are in fact working on. We're also in our meetings going to have a department head, one of the department heads at each meeting come up and give us a review of how their department's doing. You know, it was, like I said, it was great to see Luis and the recognition, but we get letters almost every day that talk about the employees that we have and the great job they're doing. For any of you that saw the Today Show, there was a gentleman on this morning that was talking about the importance of CPR and electronic defibrillation devices. And I'm sure you're all aware, and you've seen in our facilities, we now have those in place. Thanks to Michael Partain and Michael Carr, both in Human Resources, to date we've trained 378 employees on the use of the CPR machine and with first aid. We have an additional 565 to do, and those are scheduled. And so it's almost astounding to think that an entire workforce by October will be certified in CPR. So, and there were a couple of other notes. In the alterations department, you know, the alterations department is short-staffed, but the staff has been working on templates for variance approvals to try and make it easier for all of us that want to do things within our units, and that's going on. We received a really nice letter from Patricia in the 5490 building talking about the paint crews and the fact of how professional they are and how, you know, how personable they are. And I think it's important to note, I haven't lived here as long as many of you, but I will tell you that I have seen a change in the interactions with the gardening crews, and everybody, I think, is under the same goal of trying to provide good service, be personable, and all the other. Judy and Dick on Via Mariposa had a slab leak, and they were incredibly impressed with the people that helped out. That's really about it. Is there any?
I wanted to ask a question.
Yes, Joanne.
Our employee who received the honor today, Luis Lopez, did he actually administer CPR, or it was?
Yes.
That's
So
my understanding.
the defibrillator implementation and the subsequent training benefited once again.
Yeah,
So
it's
kudos.
absolutely critical. And when you, and like I said, if you have a workforce of almost 1,000 people and you can get pretty much 100% participation in that, it's critical for all of the residents here in the village.
Wow. That's I'm very impressed.
Anything else, you guys?
Thank you, Dan, and thank you for the good work that you do.
Have a nice meeting.
I neglected to ask everyone to check your cell phone and make sure that it's on off or silence. In other words, don't let it ring. Okay, now the next item on our agenda is item number 8, the report of our CEO, Brad Hudson.
Thank you, Honorable President, members of the board, members of the community. I will try to be briefer today in light of the many residents who are here to speak on issues of particular importance to them, but I wanted to hit a few highlights. First of all, it was so wonderful to see Luis recognize this is really in the last month or so, maybe the second incident we've had where a staff member has come to life-saving aid of a resident. I think the first one was at a pool where an AED device was deployed and a life saved. And I know this board worked very hard, and I was honored to work with you to get that program implemented, and we're going to continue it out. I think in the past, they always trained people like me in CPR, and unless somebody has a hard time at a board meeting, which isn't unheard of, it's probably not that useful. But for folks in recreation facilities, at fitness centers, landscapers, maintenance, they're going to be out in the community, and they're going to be first responders. And so we have to train them as such, and I do congratulate this board and your forethought on getting that done, particularly you, Member Beckett. Thank you so much. I sent out 2 emails to everyone last week, and I think some of you didn't read them. I'm very disappointed. And this was about Dwelling Live and registering your own guests from your home computer and smartphone. Did you download it? Yes. Who downloaded the app? There, well, that's not bad. So we're at about 500 folks have downloaded that. I was hoping for 2,000. So I'm a little short. So if I pester you a bit over the coming weeks, it's very important for a number of reasons. First, it's better for you. You don't have to call and be put on hold and wait. You can just, go online and do it at your convenience. Much easier. No coming into the community center for multiple guests. It's really a wonderful thing, but probably even more important for us is that it reduces the number of calls coming into the call center. Right now we're doing almost 400,000 calls a year for gate access. And if we could get that to 300,000, we could provide much better customer service in the call center than we're currently doing. And so that's just one of the things. We have many more such initiatives coming forward for opportunities for self-service and to take care of business from home, request a service or pay a bill or whatever. Those are coming down the road. But the more we take advantage of those, the more efficient our resident services center is going to be and the better customer service we're going to provide overall. So for those of you who are capable and interested and have an iPhone, what a wonderful treat to give us for Easter than to download our mobile app and take advantage of that service. You may have noticed too, I sent another email out about fitness hours and how we're opening the fitness centers earlier. I've received a number of emails from either early birds or working residents who want to get in earlier. And so we wanted to respond to that. Our hours are set by the needs of our residents, not for the convenience of our employees. So I want to make that perfectly clear. I received similar requests on our swimming pools, and so we're looking at that as well, having an early bird pool available for working and just early rising residents to get out there and get it done very early. So you can anticipate receiving some correspondence from us on that as well. I have received a number of compliments lately on the landscaping. Long-term residents saying, boy, the landscape's been going down here for years. It really looked bad, and now it's really coming back. And a lot of that has to do with a good amount of rain, removing the salts from the reclaimed water from our soil. The reclaimed water contains a lot of salt, and if you don't get rain, it just builds up and builds up and builds up and makes it difficult for things to grow well. This rain has really helped. What's also helped is We have a lot of really dedicated supervisors here who've taken the task of making curb appeal in our landscaping a high priority. And so we're committed to that. If you feel that some of your areas are deficient, and there are areas out there that are deficient, please let us know, and I'll get people on it right away. Today, and I'm not going to make a big announcement, but a new TV personality and producer started with TV6, or VTV as we like to unofficially call it. Still, it's coming. And so we anticipate some new programming and things you're going to find very, very interesting in the very, very near future. Yesterday, we, I don't know if we christened or unveiled, but 2 new vans, which are going to replace what's commonly referred to as the lift bus and the B bus. And I think if you're familiar with the lift bus, that's the one where you call for a ride to your doctor, and we send a 24-person bus out to pick you up and take you to your doctor in it, and then drive back empty. And then the rest of you get mad because of all the empty buses. That's that program. We're getting rid of it. It's done. It's over. We're going to be using some very efficient, much smaller vans that are wheelchair accessible to transport our residents to their doctor's appointments and other critical appointments that they need without the need for a big giant bus spewing diesel throughout our community. So very, very pleased with that, and I anticipate many, many more efficiencies and improvements coming to the transit system as well. I know we're working very hard with your mobility committee and all the board members to have a world-class, efficient transit system that's also sustainable. And diesel buses probably aren't part of that formula in the long run. So bear with us. I promise you it's going to be better, it's going to be more efficient, and it's going to be a greater experience for our residents than what they currently enjoy. I'm very excited about that. You know, we unveiled some bike patrols a couple of months ago, and then there was we had a training set up for our officers, and the trainers got deployed out to some emergency, and so we never got the trainers here. The trainers are here. Our staff is being trained on the proper use of bike patrols in, you know, public safety and security environments, and so we anticipate you'll be seeing those in your neighborhood very, very soon. As the training is, I think it's maybe a 2-week training or something, and it'll be over shortly. I wanted to talk a little bit about large waste. I get probably 10 emails a week on this with pictures, no less, of a microwave, mattress, couch, something sitting next to the trash can. And I know residents mean well when they do that, and they probably think that somebody else is going to come pick that up and use it. They're not. They're not going to pick it up and use it. And guess what? The waste company won't pick it up either, because it's not in a trash can and it's not in your manor. If you have a large item that you want to get rid of, all you have to do is call Waste Management. I wish I had the number, doggone it. Maybe somebody will get that to me. And they will come in your manor and get it and haul it away for you. And then they'll make sure it gets to charities and other things. If you just put it by the trash can, it will just sit there until I send somebody out to pick it up. And that is not really a very efficient way. As part of our trash bill, we're paying for Waste Management to come in your manor and grab these large items and take them away. And so please, 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 don't put things out by the trash can. Don't do it. Call. They'll come right in your manor and get it, and it'll save all of us a lot of heartache. So I did want to emphasize that. And then lastly, I wanted to just share with you some of the changes that are going on with resident services. You know, you've heard me talk about the call center, and we're going to do this and that, and 24/7, 365. All that is kind of starting to take shape. And really, believe it or not, the fitness center had something to do with that, because it creates some space that we can now move around a little bit and readjust our service provision in the community center. So I want you to be patient with us, because probably over the next 6 months or maybe a little longer, every time you come there, it might look a little bit different as we're shifting and moving and consolidating services. And so it won't always be the same as you remember. Matter of fact, if you haven't been there for a week or two, it'll look different right now. And if you come next week, it'll be different further because now cable TV turn-ins will be at the first floor instead of the third floor. So a lot of changes, all designed to provide better customer service to our residents. As the changes are going on, and you can just stop at the front desk if you have any questions. And we have two wonderful ladies there at the front desk that know a lot about what we're doing, and they're very nice, and they may even give you a cookie and a glass of punch too. They're very nice. Anyway, so I thank you all, and I look forward to hearing, looks like a fairly robust discussion today on a number of matters. So thank you.
I just wanted to make one comment that Dwelling Live works for not just iPhones, but any of the smartphones.
Oh, good, good. Hey, you know, the other thing it does, I forgot to mention, is it will send you a text or an email when your guest arrives. Yes. So if you were, and here, I love this, because if you're, say you're only here 6 months out of the year, but you maybe have paid staff that come in and do things around the manor, it sends you an email when they show up too. So even though you're in Minnesota, you know when the housekeeper's showing up, supposedly. So just another benefit, and I encourage everyone to sign up for that. And it is really nice to get that email or text when your guest is at the gate, so you know to straighten up real quick or stick your head out the door so they know where you're at. It can be kind of confusing driving around here sometimes for your guests.
Joan?
I wonder if you'd remind us how to sign up. How do you sign up for Dwelling Live?
Well, actually, you can go on our website, and there's a little video with Mr. Chuck Holland in it.
But you go to Resident Link for...
Yes, yes. You could also go back to the email I sent you. I sent one Friday and one last Monday, and I'll be sending more, so don't worry. And click onto the training video, and Chuck will guide you through the mysteries of Dwelling Live. And so I know Dan Kinney, or where'd you go, Dan? He was our beta tester, and so he was the first one to download and fiddle around here, and he's been doing it for a couple of months with great success. So I anticipate that we can all get that done. So I will be sending you more information. You're going to see some kiosks up at the community center and around that will share some information about how to sign up, and then you can always go on our website, and there's a link there to sign up as well. But rest assured, you'll be hearing from me often about this matter, because we're very interested in taking advantage of the technology that each of you have in your pocket or in your purse. You have a powerful instrument there. We should put it to work.
Brad, Lori just emailed the waste management number.
That one? Okay, waste management for these large items is 888-275-1401. That's 888-275-1401. Call them up. They'll come into your manor. They'll haul those bulky items off for you. Do not, I repeat, do not put them by the trash cans. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Brett, but I understand that they're charging the mutuals for that.
No, you get two per manor a year free.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
One thing I find interesting is that some of those large items magically appear in the garden center.
Yes. Couches, love seats, shower doors, you know, pretty much all of it.
Microwaves.
We know there's no use for a microwave in Garden Center 1 because there's no electricity there.
Storage.
Storage unit. There we go.
It used to
Thank
be,
you.
It used to be that the mutuals got charged when someone puts it at the dumpster, like mattresses and big bulky items. And I think we still get charged for that. And that's why we were discouraging that and went to the fourth, except for the fourth Saturday. But
I remember
yeah.
that the new contract was that they wanted to charge us for it, and I just remember that part. I don't remember the conclusion.
yeah, the dumpster, that's a different, please stop putting them at the dumpster. I found some yesterday. It's terrible.
All right, thank you, Brad. Now we come to our favorite part of the meeting, the open forum. And what you have to remember on this, that if an item is on the agenda, this is not the time to speak. You speak when that agenda item comes up. And I know there's a lot of representatives here from pickleball. You're coming up shortly, but you're not, this would not be the appropriate time to do member comments. And we ask that you state your name and manor number and that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. And we had an issue at the landscape meeting. We allow people to speak once, and we had someone that felt that they should be allowed to speak more than once. So if now we're open for member comments.
Really?
Carolyn Pardo, 5036, and I'm here to discuss the drone situation. I don't know if each of you got a letter from my husband. He took them to the community center and wrote a letter to each of the boards, but he and I are both really concerned about the drone situation and the policy the way it's written. It seems to allow residential use of drones, and that's a real problem because we have, the policy states, as the FAA policy states, that you cannot operate over any persons not directly involved in the operation. And I cannot figure out how that could be done in Laguna Woods where you could guarantee that a drone is not going to be over someone. In many of our areas, it's very crowded, so I don't understand how there's any way a drone could fly in an area. We don't have an open area that drones could fly. I understand that the original idea of this, I think, it's been explained to me, is primarily for the boards to use for repair and different things like that. But the way the policy is right now, it leaves the door open for anyone to fly. Granted, they have to get the permission, they have to have the FAA, and they have to have insurance. But insurance does not guarantee that if you get hit in the eye by a drone or there's an accident because a pilot lost control, that you would be okay, even though it might be paid for by an insurance policy, you could still have a serious condition. I think the biggest thing is that policies overall are good, but a policy that is unenforceable, which I think this would be, I don't know how you could enforce the policy, would cause more problems than help the situation. So I'd like you to have a real consideration of the policy as at least as it's written right now. Thank you.
389Q, Andre Torn. The other day I was talking to one of the board members and we had discussed certain things, and after discussing, one of the residents sitting behind us told me and said, why is the other board members so arrogant? And I was short of words. I couldn't explain to the resident and say why, okay? And also from a lot of times when I talk to the residents, I heard people talking about the board members are snubbing at us. And I want to understand and I want to advise that board members does have a code of conduct of respect people and not calling names. And the Robert's rule also mentioned that there's no talk about the issues and not about calling names. I understand that a lot of the board members are very busy and probably stressed out and working on that. And during my business time, I also have sometimes, has really stressed out. So I hope that we talk about respect a lot, we talk about communication a lot, but I do hope that we can act respectfully and communicate. If there are issues that the residents are not aware of, we can explain to them nicely, and instead of saying, we are privileged people, we know the details, we don't have to tell you, and we have make decisions based on privileged information. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Debbie Bloom. I live at 3109 Unit P as in Peter. And I've been living here nearly 2 years, and I really love living here. And I want to thank you all for being on the board. I imagine this must be a very difficult position. So my hat goes off to you. I'm here to talk about the problem of non-residents taking up so much room in popular events like Clubhouse 5 and Clubhouse 2 that often residents don't get to participate in these activities. I've seen this happen with my own eyes several times. And not only are they allowed, like one resident can buy so many tickets for non-residents, but they're often given priority seating. They're considered these special guests of people on the board of the club or a former board member of the club, and they actually are allowed in earlier than residents, and they get better seats. And I've had the experience of being yelled at for an hour by a non-resident for sitting at their table because they were saving seats for other non-residents. This was very frustrating. I know in other communities like ours, there's a window of time when residents can buy tickets first, and then whatever's left over can be bought for non-residents. And I think it would be really great for us to have a policy like this here, because we, of course, are paying very high homeowner association fees to use these facilities. There have been several times when either I or some of my friends have not been able to participate in events that we really wanted to go to, even after getting up very early in the morning and waiting online for a long time. I know that there are some policies regarding 10%, whatever, and that clubs should be charging more to non-residents than residents. Not all clubs are abiding by it. So whatever is done about this or about the policies that are already in place, there needs to be some enforcement because clubs are doing what they want to do. So that's what I came here to say. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John McNamara, and I live at, I have to think a minute because we've only been here 2 months, 5371 Punta Alta, Unit 3A. And I rise for one simple point, and I don't want to litigate the issue now with the facts and what have you, but just to go on record to express my concern about this drone policy. I guess I see the benefit associated perhaps with the law enforcement or security issues, and perhaps there should be some concessions there. But beyond that, I'm opposed to having these drones flying around. Security is one issue. Safety, of course. These little things are, I've seen people hit with them. So they're little, they're light, but if they hit you in the eye or anywhere, it can be a bad experience. So anyway, that was my purpose, just to register my concern about the drone policy, and would urge you to once the facts become known and all the details become known, to consider it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Irving, and I live at 3045 Unit.
Could you speak a little directly into the mic?
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Stephanie Irving, and I live at 3045 Unit N, Via Serena South. And I am a frequent member of the new gym in the community center, and I would like to ask that you consider replacing some of the new equipment with the equipment we've previously had that's being stored upstairs in the old location of the gym. Because some of the new equipment that is purchased isn't of the same quality, and this isn't just my opinion, it's the opinion of many members that are speaking to each other in the gym and also to the trainers in the gym. One particular piece of equipment that I use frequently, and I use the gym frequently several times a week, is the leg press machine. The new machine, you cannot recline the seat. It's in a fixed position. And which is, when I've talked to trainers and people that are knowledgeable about this, if you can't recline the seat, it adds extra pressure to the base of your spine. And using this particular piece of equipment has added a lot of pressure and stress on my back, so I can't use it now as much. So I would ask that that particular piece of equipment be considered to be moved back and replace the new equipment. I was told that the new equipment was purchased, and so that we would be auctioning off, or first rather, providing the opportunity to members of the community to buy the older equipment, and if it wasn't purchased by members in the community or residents in the community, that it would be auctioned off in Santa Ana. And I'm concerned because to many of us, it's much better equipment. Many of the pieces are much better equipment than what we've purchased. So I would like to request if it could be considered that the trainers, for instance, Peter, could take a look at the equipment and decide which pieces of equipment we might want to continue to keep, and maybe place the new pieces of equipment that we've purchased in another location. Thank you.
Good morning. Pat English, 928A. First of all, I'd like to thank President John Parker for recognizing that that lawsuit is finally complete. But then I would like to ask, I realize that the process hasn't really been tested yet because this will be the first time ever. But since the limit is $500,000, this was a big win for the mutuals because now we have some kind of a control over GRF, which we never had in all the 45, 50 years that Laguna Woods has been around. But what I'm asking you is, why would we put something on an agenda if we have a limit of 500,000 and it exceeds that amount? So I'm sure you have a good answer for that. Thank you.
Good morning. Maxine McIntosh, 68C. It is wonderful to have the new fitness center on the ground floor of the community center. I'm sure I'm speaking for a lot of people I haven't heard from in saying that. Unfortunately, no one can reach the fitness center entrance from inside the community center. When any member wants to visit the business office or attend a meeting in that building and then wants to exercise, that member must exit the building, walk outside to the west end to enter the fitness center. We cannot use the double doors from the hallway. Imagine the problem when we start getting heavy rain. So people have to go outside. If they go across the front of the building, they can reach that narrow sidewalk at the west end of the building. I don't know how much shelter that would provide. I don't think it's wide enough to accommodate walkers or wheelchairs very easily. It wasn't designed for that. But there is a narrow sidewalk there. I located a wheelchair ramp at the southwest corner of the building out front there. And it's aligned with the front of the building. It's nice and wide and leads you right onto the big sidewalk down to the main doors. But again, to turn left, then you're going onto the narrow sidewalk. I understand the main purpose of having only the outside entrance was to stop having to keep the whole, a good reason, stop having to keep the whole building open at night when the fitness center hours are extended. But just the fitness center would be open, and that would save cost and staff time a lot. I understand that. So I have humble suggestions. As it is now, you probably would need to put in handicap parking at that end of the building. You'd probably have to widen that sidewalk, or put directional signs, not move the ramp, maybe put a different ramp at the other end, or put directional signs guiding people back to the door at the other corner. But my suggestions are, just place another desk at the double doors. And then staff would use that desk during the daytime during regular business hours. And then before hours or after hours at night, they could use the desk that is there by the back door. I think that would, in the long run, would be cheaper than making the other changes. And you would have people able to access, once again, their fitness center from inside the building, regardless of the weather or the time of night. I think you'll find that might work very well. I hope so. Thank you.
All right, it appears that we have come to the conclusion of member comments. So I will now call for responses to member comments. Catherine?
I'm going to respond to Carolyn Pardo. I have her husband's letter here. And I know the drone issue.
Excuse me, could I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
I received an email from Lori Moss, and Lori Moss said that the drone policy is still under consideration, and both speakers were from Third Mutual, and Third Mutual, when they reviewed, the Third Mutual board reviewed the drone policy, they had many comments. So this is not a final draft, and comments and suggestions from the community as well from the Third Mutual board are being considered. So we appreciate your comments, but this is not final. It's still very much open for input.
I was going to address that also, which would be my turn. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please continue, Catherine.
What I was going to address about it, because I'm serving on the security committee when this came up, and we had quite a bit of discussion on it. And one of the things that we felt at the time, and it's still up to the housing mutuals because they have areas over the, over the residents, but we have the areas over the rest of the community. And although the federal government has set a policy, the city has yet to set a zoning policy. In fact, they're looking at the GRF policy for that. And the whole purpose was to give us a basis for having some control of whether somebody's going to use a drone or not. Because if we don't have the policy, then we don't have any basis for dealing with a resident who may have a drone and have family members or whatever and flying them within the community, because the FAA rules are something like 400 feet, and so the whole idea was to at least have a policy that we could enforce. Now, you're right, enforcement is not going to be easy. I felt that at the time. But at least if we have a policy and somebody's in violation, then we as a board, in closed session, we do have the ability to fine people for, in fact, violating the policy of the community. So if you don't have the policy, then you have difficulty dealing with the people who may be creating your issue. And I agree, it could be dangerous. There is reason for the community itself and for VMS and for us from a security standpoint, oftentimes monitoring maintenance that's going on, particularly roof maintenance and things like this. It can be extremely helpful. So that was the purpose of having it, and not to interfere or to try to create a situation that is something that is invasive of the privacy of the residents, okay? If I may, Debbie Bloom, this is an issue that is difficult, and I understand, where you have, because we have some clubs that do very well, and they really bring a lot of people in. A couple weeks ago, I couldn't get into the comedy club. I got there at 6:30, and all the seats were taken. I mean, there's a limit to how many people we can have in Clubhouse 5 set by the fire department. We can't exceed the number of individuals in the room that's set, by the authorities. And so I was there at 6:30, 6:35, and all the seats were taken. So that happens. Whether there was a lot of non-residents there, I have no idea. And that's something that Beth, who's in charge of CAC, this may be something that they may want to address. I don't know, most clubs are happy to have, enough people. I'm president of the Foreign Policy Association, and in our case, we have very few, as you might expect, guests who come to our discussions, just because of the nature of it. But when you have a club, maybe that is in the Performing Arts Center, or bringing in outside activities, which are very attractive, which they do because it's beneficial to the residents who are members, then maybe there is a case, and it'll be up to Beth and her committee to really have discussion on that. I don't know what the solution can be, but I understand, the frustration, because I was frustrated that evening also. And that's part of life. I went to the theater last week and had to sit in the front row because all the seats were taken, even though I was there before the movie started. So these are the issues you have in life, and sometimes we just have to live with it. Relative to the Pat English and her comments, I agree that, one of our issues coming ahead is we're going to be into budgeting. And the challenge for all the boards with VMS is, how do you balance the desires of the community with the amount of funds that are available, and recognizing that GRF is responsible for the bus service and for the amenities. And as Brad talked about earlier, we're looking for ways, he's working very carefully, looking for ways to reduce the costs of operations for GRF. But as I have many people, as many of you know, I've been on the boards for nearly 9 years, and I was on Third Mutual for 6 years. And one of the challenges, and it's not only our community, it's all the communities. The infrastructure of this country needs to be properly serviced. And so it's a balance between what do we do now for fun versus what do we do to make sure that our infrastructure is in a condition that allows us to live properly. And that's the housing mutual's challenge, because we've got dry rot, we've got roofing issues in some situations. We all know we got sewer issues, particularly in United. United has problems that they're addressing relative to electrical panels because the houses are over 50 years old. So it's part of an aging community. And so going forward, that's going to be the challenge for these boards, as to there's a limited amount of money. There's only so much money people can afford to pay on a monthly basis. We've got people living in this community that we know have begun to run out of their funds. Just talk to the people at the foundation. And you'll find that this is the balance that all the boards are going to have to make. This board particularly, and working with the housing mutual boards and VMS. That's the challenge ahead. And although all of us would like to go out and spend all kinds of money, we've got to be very careful how we do it, when we do it, recognize what the needs are, with the clubhouses, because we got 30, 40, 50-year-old clubhouses. So those infrastructures have to be dealt with. And doing it within the funds available through the community, making sure that this is, you know, a community that's desirable, a great place to live, but also that which continues to be affordable for those who are trying to live out their lives. And
all right,
that's
Ray.
my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to talk a little bit further on the drone situation. It's actually a work in progress. The situation is that in order to operate a drone here, you have to have a license. You also have to provide a route in which the drone will be used in. And we also have the ability to bring those drones in or get the recordings in, and if you're using it to peek into people's windows, look out, you're in deep trouble. In addition, you have to consider that the drone is going to be used as an investigative tool. You mentioned in security and fire. Having been a fire investigator, it would be fabulous for me to see a drone up here to say how the fire is going and so forth that will save firemen's lives. If we have people that are missing in here, we'll be able to help find them. We just recently had a young boy, 8, 9 years old, that was lost and all over the place. These are some of the things, but remember, it's a work in progress. Security will be in complete control of these things, and we have one gentleman that is involved in this who is a licensed drone person, not only with us locally, but with the federal people as well. So believe me, it's not just going to be stopping the way it is. There's a lot of misunderstanding. We will not allow bad things to happen, okay?
Thank you, Ray.
Yes,
Any
sir.
other director comments? Beth?
Yes, I would like to say to Debbie, I understand getting into classes. We had a meeting with the mobility committee yesterday, and the discussion was we took an excursion to the Bowers Museum, and it was filled up almost immediately. And so many people weren't able to come. We just had so many spots on buses to be able to put people. I understand that, and to try to make it fair, it's difficult, but it's something that I'm going to ask CAC to discuss and see. There's so many different places where it goes. The circuit training at the gym is very, very popular, and to be able to get in it, you have to be ready to sign up right away, and if you're not one of the first 25, then you can't do it. And so that's just yet another space. There are so many of us and so many wonderful activities, and it's a blessing that we're such a active community that we end up with this problem. And then, let's see, okay, so then there's Maxine, and who was the other person about the gym? Stephanie, replacing the old equipment.
I'm very sorry, ma'am. You're out of order. Excuse me, ma'am, you're out of order. You're out of order, ma'am. Thank you. Please continue, Beth.
Okay, so, let's see, I was talking to Maxine and to Stephanie with the gym problem. That is something that, for both instances, I've heard about that, and I've started a discussion with Peter in the gym, and Brian and I have an appointment to talk about it, and I'm sure Brad will get in on the conversation and see what we can do with this. However, this facility, if you've gone, it's a beautiful, wonderful facility. It's great, and we want to do anything we can to make it more highly accessible to the folks in the community. And last but not least, Andre, with the arrogant and snubbing directors. I'm truly sorry if that's something that you have heard. I don't really experience that. What I do experience is people who are tired by the end of a long day, and you may be experiencing that. The days can be really long with the meetings that we have, and in some instances, a bit contentious, but I have not experienced arrogant and snubbing people. I've experienced people who are very kind-hearted people ready to be of service and give so much of themselves to the community. Thank you.
All right, Richard?
Yes, I'd like to talk about non-residents, keeping residents out of various activities. I think giving the residents a chance to buy tickets early is a good idea, but the problem still remains, they can buy tickets for non-residents. So as long as I've been on the board, that's been a problem, and I think it always will be a problem. I have no solution because of the complexities of homeowners buying tickets for outsiders. So I just can't offer any suggestion on how to solve that issue. Thank you.
Diane?
I thought that what Debbie was trying to say was that maybe residents first can only buy passes for themselves, and then they can buy tickets after that period for non-residents. I don't know if that would work or not. I'll defer that to your committee for sure. And the other is just that in regards to Pat is that we do recognize the need for corporate members to vote on projects that are in excess of $500,000, and also to agree that we don't yet have any procedures set up for that. But I would think that we would need to be far enough along that we would have some pretty concrete figures on what we think we're going to spend and what the plans are so that you would know what you were going to vote on.
Director Beckett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pat English mentioned the fact that the corporate members voted to amend the trust, limiting the power of GRF. She said that this was a great win for the mutuals. And if it is a great win for the mutuals, Pat English deserves a lot of the credit for that. She has been fighting GRF and the spending habits ever since she first came on the board. And I want to just tip my hat to her for all of her efforts. Thank you.
Any other director comments?
Mr. President.
Yes, Director.
I'm listening and I have no comment.
All right.
Hey, that's good.
I wanted to tell the lady who can't talk because we won't let her. Debbie, I think you got now that the board hears what you're saying, and I'm sure that Beth and CAC will begin to address it. And I like your idea, Diane, that we could conceivably limit the number of tickets a resident can buy for residents to the first push of tickets, and then after all of the resident deadline has been met, then we can maybe move somewhere else. But this is not the time to solve that problem. But thank you for addressing it.
Catherine, you've already spoken, and you spoke at length. I would like to respond to Andre. There are 11 members of GRF. There are 11 members of United. There are 11 members of Third. There are 5 members on the towers, and there are 9 members on the VMSI board. That is 47 people. That is 47 different personalities. That's 47 totally different human beings. I have never, as long as I've been in this community, have ever heard any director say, we are privileged people. People that get on the boards don't get on the boards because they think that they're privileged. Because if you think you are, you're going to find out really quick you're not. So I think what you have to accept is that we have different personalities and different styles. And that is true of human interaction, period. To go back to Pat, excuse me, point of order. To go back to Pat English's comments, we're going to find out in the next few years whether you're a heroine or not. However, GRF agreed, because they were one of the first people who agreed to the amendment, to limit their powers. But we didn't say we were going to allow ourselves to be castrated. And what it seems to me that any project, regardless of whether it's over 500,000, has to go to a point of development where when you bring it to the corporate members, you're making a decision about real costs. So just to propose something that's over 500,000, in my opinion, is not within the purview of the corporate members. When you're ready to sign a contract, when you're ready to start construction, and you have accurate costs, that's when the corporate members say yay or nay. And and the trust simply says the corporate members must approve expenditures of 500,000. It doesn't say at what point. So if every time a budget item comes up in excess of 500, we need a vote of the corporate members, I think we're developing a very, very inefficient, cumbersome, and unnecessary process. All right.
I better not talk.
Okay, so now I believe we have ceased member responses to member comments. So we are now on item number 11, which is the consent calendar. So do I hear a motion to approve the consent calendar? Catherine?
I second.
I move the consent calendar.
I second.
And it's been moved and seconded by Judith. All right, all those in favor of the approval of the consent calendar?
I don't know.
Yes, I'm in favor.
I don't know because number A is a motion that comes from my committee, and it's not a motion that I would have, it's not worded the way I believe it should be worded. So I don't know if this is the time to make the change?
No.
Or when do I do that?
You should have pulled it then from the consent calendar when we approved the agenda. If you wanted to discuss that item.
So,
Okay, so how do I handle that?
well, the way I look at it is that 11A, essentially, your issue is not with the content and the meaning. Your issue is with the wording.
That's correct.
Okay, I think we can deal with the wording at another time.
Yeah.
So essentially, you agree with the concept, it's just the words, and I have,
That's number one. And number two is, I'm really uncomfortable approving the consent calendar that's done in the form of an endorsement because I don't understand what an endorsement is.
Well,
I
you're-
understand a resolution, I don't understand an endorsement. I
Well-
spent hours trying to figure it out, and I can't.
okay, Director De Lorenzo. De Lorenzo.
Thank you, it's just my parents.
Joanne De
Thank you.
Lorenzo. Okay, what has happened is that our attorneys and our management staff have looked at how we conduct business, and the consensus is we have too many resolutions. And according to our bylaws, we pass resolutions when no resolution was required. There are conditions under which you pass a resolution versus just a motion. So when the agenda prep meeting was held,
Which I did not make.
unfortunately,
I had a doctor's appointment that I
so-
canceled twice.
thank you for all those personal details.
Anytime.
But in essence, what's happening is that in order to be more efficient, we are, under advice of management and our attorneys, this is how we're handling this. And so it's a change, and we've developed a certain comfort level with a resolution for everything. But what we're being told is that it's not necessary and it's not appropriate.
I think it's
And it will be
inappropriate.
discussed with our attorneys this
I
afternoon.
know, but in the meantime, you're asking us to support something or vote on something that I don't even know what it is.
Well-
So how can we vote on it before we know what it is?
Then you
Don't think the rest of the directors sitting here have the problem that you have. And so if we are dealing with a consensus and a majority,
Director Beckett has a comment. But Joan had her comment first. I'm sorry.
okay, you running this meeting as I run this meeting?
Well, Joan's just telling me. I'm sorry, John.
Joan,
I have a problem with saying entertain a motion in each case when we are not voting on this except to approve the whole thing. Now, does that mean that if we move to approve the consent calendar, then in essence, we're not entertaining a motion, but we are moving to approve. So I think I do have a problem with that wording.
It's the wording.
And I agree that with Joanne, but I understand that we're approving these things, so just a
Well,
point of clarification.
Well, it would seem to me that okay, so you're not entertaining, you're passing a motion.
Right.
And then the vote is a consensus approval.
Right.
Or disapproval.
Right, but it's not clear.
Beckett and then Catherine.
Traditionally, this board has pulled items from the consent calendar when it came up, not at the beginning of the meeting. And unless we have some kind of an operating rule that says that that's the procedure, then I think that those of us who are on the board today should have the right to pull items from the consent calendar when it comes up. And I would like to pull an item from the consent calendar, namely this one about the Performing Arts Center Ad Hoc Committee.
Catherine?
Yeah, we had quite a bit of discussion on having consent calendars, and the whole purpose was to allow us to deal with a lot of issues, as John had said up front. Board members then have to be aware of what's in the agenda. If there's an item within the consent calendar, and this isn't any different from any other government agency, if a board member of that agency wishes to discuss an item that's on the consent calendar, you make the request to pull it off so that it is open then to discussion, not only by the board, but then by the community. And usually what has happened is the community will talk to a board member, say, we would like to talk about this issue. It's not a concluding issue, and so you pull it off. That's done at the time the agenda is approved. And so if people here had difficulties with items here, they should have said at the time we approved the agenda, I would like agenda item 11A removed for discussion, or I would like 11B moved for discussion, and that's fine. Then the rest of the agenda is approved. It's a procedure and a method to operate the board more effectively, and I'm sorry, these items were in fact discussed when we set the agenda in the first place, because it wasn't as if one or two people said it, so.
Not this.
Well, I just received an email from our community manager, Lori Moss, and she feels that Director Beckett's interpretation that you pull items from the consent calendar when the consent calendar comes up. So we have different opinions, and in no way is this board trying to railroad anything through. So I have absolutely no issue with if Director De Lorenzo, once I get it wrong, it's wrong. And I went to school with a Nicholas De Lorenzo. Okay.
My cousin.
All right. So anyway, Joanne wants to pull A from the consent calendar, and Beckett wants to pull B from the consent calendar. So
I said a general comment. The wording on these is proper. Each of these has to stand alone. So if you pull them off, they still make sense. So that's why they're worded in this fashion. So.
Makes sense.
So A and
all right, so is there any, well, you don't have to vote. What all the director has to do is ask for it to be removed, and it's removed. So moving right along.
Is that going to be our policy, John, in the future?
placed on the agenda.
Well, yes, item 11A and 11B have to find their way onto the agenda. So I would say that would be new business.
Okay.
And so we would have
11C and B.
C,
13A and B.
13C, and D. We good? Everybody happy?
I have a question, John. Just in the future, are we going to say that consent calendar changes need to be moved at the beginning when we approve the agenda, or can that come up? No, John, I'm here. Or can we do it the way we did it just now?
I think as long as we all agree, so that we don't get into this, it should have been then, it should be now, it's whatever. Let's just I'm perfectly happy to do it when the consent calendar comes up, so.
Yeah, okay. When the consent calendar comes up, instead of just saying, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar, you simply say, are there any removals from the consent calendar? Or does anyone need further discussion on items in the consent calendar? And then they would be removed, and then you'd approve the remaining consent calendar. And Judith has another comment.
On the third board, what we did is, we did it doing the agenda approval, because what you're doing now is you're adding things to 13. You're adding things to the agenda. That makes it an amended agenda. So in third, we always do it in the beginning when we're approving the agenda.
I don't care when we do it, as long as we agree.
Yeah,
Beth?
I'm agreeing with Catherine and Judith. For consistency purposes, that's when it's been addressed here on GRF board as well as third board that I'm familiar with, that when we approve the agenda.
Okay, I think we'll let this regurgitate, and then perhaps in our closed session, we can come to a unanimous agreement on how we're going to deal with this in the future. So right now, I would like the approval of items, add the consent calendar, items C, D, and E. So all those, yeah, C, D, and E, those are still items left on the consent calendar.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you'd be.
So they need to be approved.
We have a motion.
I make a motion to approve 11, C, D, and E. I second.
All right, all those in favor? Unanimous.
No, it's not. I am abstaining.
You're abstaining on these three?
I don't know what an endorsement is, and until I have clarity, John,
All right,
I'm not
great.
going to vote.
We have one no,
No,
or one
no,
abstention. I don't think there's a motion on the floor or a resolution.
Yeah, you just got ready to vote or voted.
we just
Which one?
voted.
I
Once
just,
you vote, there's no discussion.
I was here.
There's no discussion.
You didn't call on me. It's brief, Maxine McIntosh, 68C. I just wanted to point out, I know you're working hard to stay on the right side of everything, that you can't continue this in closed session. It's not a closed session item. There's only 4 things you can do in closed session. This, you'll have to settle it in open session or in a committee.
The legal aspects we can do in closed session.
Okay.
Right along.
We're now on item 12A.
Okay.
So Joanne will read the resolution, and this is our only resolution. No, it's
Pretty normal way of doing it.
Okay, this is Resolution 9017XX. Revisions,
and just in case you're trying to find it, it's item 12A, page 36 to page 36. To,
well, B36.
yeah.
Resolution 90-17-XX, revisions to the Recreation Division policy. Whereas the Golden Rain Foundation has established a Recreation Division policy to streamline and reduce confusion regarding use of its facilities by residents, and whereas the Community Activities Committee recommends revisions to the Recreation Division policy, now therefore be it resolved April 4th, 2017, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the revisions to its Recreation Division policy to include the policy addition that executive club officers must be resident members and permit the temporary suspension of pool and fitness center guest fees. Am I reading the wrong one?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was going, I'm sorry, everyone. 12A, page 36.
Which is what I said.
Sorry, John, I was on page, I just knew you said the right thing. Resolution 9017XX, revisions to the Recreation Division policy. Whereas the Golden Rain Foundation has established a Recreation Division policy to streamline and reduce confusion regarding use of facilities by residents, and whereas the Community Activities Committee recommends revisions to the Recreations Division policy, now therefore be it resolved April 4th, 2017, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the revisions to its Recreation Division policy regarding room capacity requirements and the addition of billiards room at clubhouses 5 and 6 as rentable space, and further resolve that Resolution 901615, adopted December 6, 2016, Resolution 901552, adopted October 6, 2015, Resolution 901553, adopted October 6, 2015, Resolution 901632, adopted August 2, 2016, and Resolution 901642, adopted September 6, 2016, are hereby superseded and canceled to the extent that they differ, and further resolved that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution.
Are you moving it?
No.
Joan?
I move we adopt this resolution.
Seconded by Diane.
And I'd like to make a comment on this. I have a problem with citing all of these different resolutions as being superseded and canceled without knowing what they are. I took some time and looked up some of the resolutions, and they're not really germane to this. For instance, 901552 has to do with, well, okay, I'll find the other one. 1052 has to do with an attachment that I can't even find anywhere in the minutes. It's like we're being asked to supersede and cancel things without knowing what they are. 901553 says that they've changed the policies, room reservation policies, and it doesn't really say what the room reservation policies are. It just says that they're new revisions. So why are we superseding and canceling what we don't understand? So I'd like to remove that whole paragraph unless people tell us what in particular we're superseding and canceling. I didn't have time, not all of these are online.
Older versions.
Pardon me?
You're canceling the older versions.
But they're not, because some of them have to do with things that have nothing to do with room capacity requirements.
Ray?
This also says it needs to be canceled until the next board meeting, which we will have plenty of time to discuss what you're talking about. That's what it says here, and I'm recommending this. It says it right here on the
Please don't get angry with
page.
me. I'm stating what I know. So I'd appreciate a more courteous tone of voice, but thank you.
Okay, let's not get into that.
Well,
Don't worry about it.
Let's not wear our feathers on our,
I don't like being yelled at, John.
Beckett and then Diane.
I have a request for staff. When we supersede and cancel a policy, but only to the extent that it differs from the new policy, do we take it off the website, or do we mark it somehow? Oh, I see. So it no longer exists as part of the operating rules.
It's no longer a part of your operating rules if it's been superseded or rescinded or amended, rescinded. The date of decision will be included.
Diane?
I was just going to say that it does say, it just says they're superseded and canceled to the extent that they differ. So if they didn't differ, and if it's about something that is not related, I assume that means that part stands.
Okay, 42, 901642 gives staff an inspection policy that they can walk into a room and inspect that room to see that it's being rented in compliance with GRF room rental regulations. So why would that even be mentioned in this? Because it says regarding capacity, room capacity, I mean.
But perhaps that is attached to that resolution that says, here's what our policy is.
So what?
And so this is in essence putting this policy in.
So
You know what I mean?
what Director Beckett is suggesting is maybe
Right.
making it a
So we know
more
what it is.
comprehensive policy, so we know what we're voting on. Because, I mean, one of the policies has to do with the amount of wainscoting dry rot repair that we're superseding. So it doesn't make sense to me.
Joan?
It's my understanding that you usually are superseding a previous policy. Don't we have one recreation division policy? And what has not been included in that policy are these, the billiard rooms and the room capacity. That there is one policy, so why isn't there just one resolution? That's my question too.
Catherine?
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a situation that develops over the years with boards because it's true of almost all the different committees. You got a policy and you got a lot of add-ons or a little bit of changes and things like this. And instead of rewriting the whole policy book, we have passed small pieces and tried to make them so they fit together. It becomes a challenge for VMS employees because they have to try to figure out how they're doing. That's why they've got it worded here, to the extent that it differs. In some cases, you may have some of these statements here that are still valid, and they should be valid, because what we're passing is not addressing that issue. And that's the whole purpose for saying it, is identifying that in Recreation Division, we've got all these different policies. There may be some statements in one of these policies that where the new one is going to change, you know, and particularly when it comes to how many people can go in a room. If the fire department came and before they had one policy that says you could have 350 people, in the new policy, the fire department comes in and says it has to be 300. Do we go back and rewrite the whole book for that one change? No, we passed a small policy change, following the new recommendation, and say everything else that's in there in the policy is still valid except for what we're changing.
So
it makes it a little bit harder to really understand, and I agree with you. It's not simple, but this is not an uncommon way of handling it.
Again, I have a problem when we're eliminating wainscot dry rot repair unless it interferes with room rental policy. I mean, it doesn't make sense. And either we do what John and Joan are suggesting, which is make it a more comprehensive thing. I mean, we approved the billiards at Clubhouse 5 and 6. We approved the room capacity requirements. This other thing I don't understand. Typically, Catherine, what we say is further resolve that Resolution 9017XX is adopted to the extent that it differs from existing policy. I mean, but we're superseding and canceled all like 5, 6 resolutions here. So we're not superseding all of them, we're only superseding.
To the extent they differ.
Well, it should be extent that all policy, it differs from all policies, not just individual policies. I'm having a problem, John. Could you tell? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I never would have known that.
I'd just like to remove that.
Could we go this way?
Okay.
Could we actually agree that this is a bit sloppy, but because it still says to the extent that they differ, we have the wiggle room that it doesn't really affect? And since you are the secretary of GRF, then my feeling is that you need to work with the people who write up these resolutions and come up with a cleaner methodology when we have a resolution that we really know what is being superseded and canceled. So I'm not disregarding your comments, and I think it is a bit cumbersome, but in the interest of time and moving forward, if you can accept this as written today, knowing that in the future, with your authority as secretary to the GRF board, that you will work and see that these are cleaner in the future.
I would accept that, resolve further that the resolution and policies are accepted, superseded and canceled, and to the extent that they differ. I just can't accept that I'm eliminating wainscoting dry rot repair as part of Clubhouse 5 and 6 billiard room.
Okay, since you actually know that resolution, would you like to strike that resolution?
Well,
And
why
then
don't we
can-
just, can I come back next month and make it cleaner, and in the meantime, come up with, approve this?
You start all over again,
I have to start all over again?
unless you want to amend it now. And have a vote on it.
We have all these pickleball people sitting here.
I know, John, but, I mean, there's another, the next one is the same thing. The next resolution is the same thing. It's got more dry rot repair that we're eliminating.
Okay, so can I hear a motion to postpone these to the next GRF board meeting?
No.
That's what I'd mentioned earlier. It says it right here, sir. Postpone till the next meeting. That way we have a chance to go over the whole thing.
Oh, we have to give 30-day notice on this.
Anyway.
Yeah, but,
This is just,
but let's recognize, the 30-day notice is for comments, to allow comments from the residents. And if we come back in 30 days and say, well, we're going to change the whole resolution, then you start all over again. Say, and you know, the whole purpose of this, as I recall, because I'm not on the CAC committee, but one of the issues that we basically have is that we didn't have the room capacities listed for many of these rooms, and that's pretty critical. I mean, that follows within the fire authority and for our insurance purposes. And to argue over whether this policy includes these little things, to me, is not the point of the whole purpose. The purpose is, let's set standards for how many people can be in attendance at certain rooms in order that we comply with the fire authority and comply with with what the rules for the community need.
Joan, then Beth.
If there was a resolution that approved the Golden Rain Foundation Recreation Division policy, the whole thing, then that's the one we are superseding. And it should include everything. It already did, because it superseded what was before it.
Right.
Why not just simply go to the resolution that, I know, Catherine, the problem is we're changing, but I think that is a valid consideration. But change one resolution for the entire policy to include these things and supersede that. I don't see the logic of bringing up all the other small things that were mentioned along the way, because they've already been superseded, it seems to me, by our approval of this the division policy. Help.
Beth?
I agree with Joan. And also, the level of concern with the CAC is that we need to be renting rooms, and we need to rent the rooms in a logical manner. If you have a small group of 8 people in a huge ballroom, you don't need to rent that room. We need to find a room that's appropriate for the size of your group. And now we finally have the rentable room numbers that we have wanted to have, and room rental is going to be coming up soon.
John, may I think I have a solution. On paragraph 4, resolve further that these revisions to the current recreation division policy are adopted and that prior resolutions are superseded and canceled to the extent that they differ. And we don't have to mention all the rest.
I move that.
Thank you, John.
are you seconding?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, but is this the first time this is posted? Because, okay, so we're good. All right, Mary.
Yes, I would also like, Mary Stone, 356C. I would also like you could, when you are looking at room capacity, you also must find out what the activity is going to be. If you're talking about a dance group, and there are 8 people in the dance group, they might need more space, you know, because of the activity. So that should be a consideration, and I don't know where you would put that in your capacity, you know,
It's defined in here.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor,
And seconded.
and it's been seconded, that amends this resolution,
Paragraph 4.
paragraph 4. So any further discussion on the amended resolution?
Read the amendment.
Whether or not.
Huh?
The amendment is, resolve further, this is paragraph 4, resolve further that these revisions to the current Recreation Division policy are adopted and that prior resolutions are superseded and canceled to the extent that they differ. So we're dealing with the policy as a whole, as opposed to individual policies, and that any differences therefore are superseded and canceled.
Okay, I can go.
You can go with that? Good. Thank you. I hope so. Because then we can apply it to the next one.
I'm sorry, one more thing. When you're, on the amendment, you should name at least one previous, the very previous policy change, so that when you're looking through the policies, historically, you can see where specific changes have been made. So you have to at least name.
What she's saying is we need to cite one resolution.
Cite one, so that you know where to look for the, and then that would give you at least a clue to follow it down the history.
And that's the resolution, that's the facility rental application and inspection report. So I would be okay with citing that one. Catherine, I hope you're writing all this down, because I've got my scratch.
The last one.
90-16-42. So these revisions to the current are adopted, and that prior resolutions, 901642 is superseded and canceled to the extent that it differs. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with me.
You're welcome.
Now we vote.
Okay, can we vote on this?
Yes.
All right, all those in favor of the amended resolution?
You got to vote on the amendment first.
On the
Vote on the
amendment.
amendment.
On the
The
amendment.
amendment.
Okay.
So what's the difference between amended resolution and
Vote on the
amendment?
Vote on the whole
amendment, and then we vote on the amendment.
All right,
I
all right.
move to modify, and John Beckett second.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? I believe it's unanimous. So now we have to vote on the resolution
As amended.
as amended.
Amended.
So all those in favor of the resolution as amended? All right, unanimous.
Okay.
Wow.
That was easy.
Sorry, but
Have to go through this the next one.
I think,
And it's postponed automatically?
yes.
Yes.
And then it becomes part of the consent calendar.
Okay, the next item.
Oh, can I make a comment?
Yes, Judith.
A comment to, let's see, I guess Mary came up. Yeah, page 16 of 36 addresses the amount of people that can be in a room, whether it's dancing or tables. So look at that schedule. So it is covered in there.
Good.
Oh.
Okay, and just a little point of information, the billiard rooms at 5 and 6 still have the billiard tables because they're a bit of a challenge to move. So we're currently working with a moving company, and then there's an assessment, because if those billiard tables are better than some of the billiard tables that are in existing facilities, then we move the better table into the facility, move the lesser table out of the facility. So it's been a little logistic issue, but it's a work in progress.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I have to read this resolution as it exists, or can I read it with the revision? Okay. 9017XX, revision to the Recreation Division policy. Whereas the Golden Rain Foundation has established a Recreation Division policy to streamline and reduce confusion regarding use of facilities by its residents, and whereas the Community Activities Committee recommends revisions to the Recreation Division policy, now therefore be it resolved April 4th, 2017, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the revisions to the Recreation Division policy to include the policy addition that executive club officers must be resident members and permit the temporary suspension of pool and fitness center guest fees from May to August 2017. And resolve further that Resolution 901615, adopted December 16, 2016, Resolution 901552, adopted October 6, 2015, and Resolution 901553, adopted October 6, 2015, and Resolution 901632, adopted October 2, 2016, and Resolution 901642, adopted September 6, 2016, are hereby superseded and canceled to the extent that they differ, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution.
I move we accept this resolution.
All right, has it been seconded? Yes, Diane has seconded it. And director comments?
Did you say to direct my comment? Oh.
No. The way it works, ma'am, is that if there's discussion, first the board members discuss. Once the board members have had their say, then the public has their say. But, Catherine?
You know, with the previous resolution, this one, again, identifies all the others.
Yeah.
And Mary made a good point, is that when you go back, and if you're doing research on previous board resolutions, if you don't have them identified, all those that are connected, so that somebody who's at home on the website going through and really studying, trying to determine what our policies are, when they're not identified, we're not providing the level of openness and transparency that the community deserves. When you don't indicate all of the resolutions that can be affected by the resolution we're passing. And notice that on this one, which is already passing the 30-day notice, we've got all that in there. And I think it's valid that it is. Unfortunately, we just passed a resolution taking it out. But there's good reason, for transparency purposes, that this information, in fact, be there for the residents who are the ones that have the responsibility of holding us all accountable for what we're doing.
Catherine, may I?
Yes.
I disagree, and what Mary suggested is that we use the last one. And again, we're superseding wainscoting repair and new foundations at the ballroom and southeast ballroom and dry rot repair. I think if we say to Recreation Division policy, and then I think that our general manager has had staff do a pretty good job of constructing all of the resolutions online, so that if I was able to find this by going online, that some of the comments didn't make sense. So I would like to insert what was done before for the previous resolution. And I don't know that that changes the 30-day.
It does.
Okay, well then I won't do that. But I know that I brought it up at the last meeting that this policy wasn't correct, and I somehow I didn't get involved in it because it says executive club officers also. And what's an executive club officer? Do we have an executive club here?
No, it's president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer.
Right. Yeah.
That's all.
It talks.
Well, it says.
It just means the executive officers.
Well, it's all capitalized executive club officers. So to me, it's a club.
Well, that's one way to interpret it.
Right.
But there are other ways to interpret it, and probably the way they intended it when they wrote the resolution, which was the officers of the club.
Right.
Okay, well, this has been moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor?
She wanted to talk about it.
Sorry.
I just am wondering.
You have to state your name and
Cheryl
letter number.
Lombardo, 5036, sorry. I'm new here, so relatively. Don't know where it came up with the deal about the guest fees for the clubs, because I know like already it's really.
This is totally irrelevant to the motion.
It's on that one. That's part of the motion.
Guest fees? No.
No, dropping the guest fees. It's part of that
It's
one.
for guest center and the pool.
For the fitness center
and the pool.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
But, and I don't know where that came up, but originally, why would we be dropping guest fees when it's the busiest time and we have all our, I don't understand.
What we're looking at is it's almost more expensive to administrate the collection of the fees than it is the amount of money that's collected. So we're, excuse me, ma'am, I'm trying to answer your question.
I'm sorry.
And so this is a few-month experiment to see whether, in fact, it is cheaper to just let the people come in without a fee than it is to have to deal with the paperwork and the accountability of collecting them. That's where we're at.
Okay, because I had heard a friend of mine talking about, we'd been in the emeritus class, and they could have their friend come 3 days a week to the fitness gym now that they canceled the morning emeritus class. And 3 days a week, they could have their friend come with them to work out. And what that does is make it, it's already so crowded in the gym. And the same thing, my husband swims in the pool and wants to be in a lane line, and they're always fighting for lanes. And if you can bring your friends all the time to swim with you, it seems like it would be a problem.
John, the recreation staff is doing this to see the impact. If they find that it gets really crowded, then they don't have to do it for as long as they've requested. So they could pull it.
Beth?
Another concern is the lifeguard having to pay attention to people paying for the fee. And this is the time in the summer when people would be bringing their grandchildren to the pool. And that's one of the few things that they can do with their grandchildren here in the community.
Mary?
Mary Stone, 356C. In order to avoid confusion, and I too was confused, Joanne, I think the word executive needs to just be deleted, because you're essentially saying that club officers must be resident members, and I think that would be considered a Scrivener's error, and I think it would be all right to do that. It's almost redundant.
I agree, you could do that.
Other club
Because officers are executives, or executives are officers.
Redundant.
Yeah.
389Q, Andre Tourne. We talked about the benefit, the cost and benefit of this program. I believe, if I heard it correctly, and Beth can correct me, this is a pilot program. We're just trying to see whether it works or not. It's going to be for a period of duration, and if it doesn't work, then we're going to go back to the other way. Right. So this is just a trying out. We're trying to see which way is the better way, more efficient, more effective to the residents. Yeah. I think that's the approach.
Okay, I have a comment from Director Skirkle. Tom?
Yes, would you remind everybody to properly use their mics? I'm having trouble hearing some of the people.
All right. The guest speakers or directors?
Thank you.
I think it's the guest speaker.
You did mention something about the...
Name.
Oh, Debbie Bloom, 3109, Unit P. You did mention something about the fire regulations, and I did want to point out that when there is not enough room for people in Clubhouse 5, they take out chairs and put them all around the perimeter. They take out more chairs and they add them to tables. And I'm sure...
Ma'am, I don't think that relates to this resolution.
I heard someone say something about the fire regulations.
That was on A.
That does not relate to this resolution.
Okay, I thought it did, I'm sorry.
Thanks anyway.
Maxine McIntosh, 68C. I think the part of that resolution covering trying the swimming pools without the guest charge for a few months, I think that's very responsible and wonderful. I have, through the years, been swimming in all of the pools here in the community, and I see the chore when a lifeguard's trying to keep track, and for $3 a head, you get a chance to see. Suddenly, do you have a big crowd of guests that you haven't had before? I doubt it. I doubt if it will change much. So thank you very much. I think that's very responsible to allow that trial period.
Thank you.
All right, are we ready? This has been moved and seconded. Are we ready to vote on this?
Are we making the Scribner's?
Yes, with the Scribner's area, which is to remove the word executive. So all those in favor of the resolution?
As amended.
As amended, as Scribnered.
Right.
Okay. All right, we have one opposed. Tom, you are? Okay, so 9-1.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Well, you're never going to believe it, pickleball people, but we're up to item 13A. And 13A is to entertain a motion to approve directing staff to begin work on paddle and pickleball courts on parcel 3. Now, there is an endorsement in the packet, and I would like to amend the endorsement, and I don't know, do we have to do the endorsement as it came from committee, or can we amend it prior to discussing it?
I think you can do it prior to.
Okay.
We can
so-
amend.
Okay, so we're looking at 13A, item 1 of 84. And the item 1 is to direct staff to proceed with full design development documents for a 12-court facility on parcel 3. And I would like that to read, direct staff to proceed with the maximum number of courts, only courts and fencing that can be constructed with a budget of $499,999. In other words, we've seen a 12-court utilization of parcel 3. We've seen it with bathrooms, we've seen it with a hospitality area. The truth is that a projection for that ultimate cost, if I remember correctly, was like 1.2
million.
Yes. So there is no consensus in this community to spend that amount of money on this project. And when you look at the demand for the GRF budgeting, to think of this as a phased project is untruthful and unrealistic. So what we are looking at is we're looking at a 54-year-old facility, and in this packet, you've got 84 pages of history of how this thing's been kicked down the road and nothing's happened. So if anything is going to happen, the only way it's going to happen is to do the best you can under $500,000 and to get rid of the 54-year-old unsafe facility and to place it at parcel 3. So what this endorsement, what I'm trying to make it say is do the best you can under that budget to give us safe, playable, new courts without the bells and whistles. We'll go ahead and do sleeving for future electrical, but essentially what we're looking at is courts and fencing and whatever the city requires in terms of parking, and hopefully they will not require a restroom, whatever. We have multiple restrooms at Clubhouse 7. We have restrooms at the tennis facility. We have a hospitality facility at the tennis center. There is no reason in the world that that cannot be shared. We need to start thinking of racket sports, not tennis, pickleball, paddleball. It's racket sports, and that sort of revolves in that area. Judith.
I'm going to read that part of my M&C report now, because by the time we get to reports, this won't mean anything, so it'll be appropriate now for the resolution. Staff was also directed, this was at the meeting, the M&C meeting, to proceed with and prepare the design, development, and construction documents to facilitate a base bid for only 8 courts without the restroom amenities, extra lighting, or court cover. The 8-court project would include the rough plumbing and electrical for adding the extra 4 courts and amenities sometimes in the future. Staff will also reaffirm a prior authorization to finalize and submit necessary and appropriate land use applications to the City of Laguna Woods. according to the reports from staff, cost analysis, if you look on 13A, pages 13 and 14 of 84, in your agenda items, you'll see all the figures. It would be between $400,000 and $491,000. Now, $641,000 has already been allocated, so we don't have to go to finance for that. And staff was directed to return this report to the M&C committee within 90 days, which will be June 23rd. But since we don't have a meeting scheduled in June, we'll call a special M&C meeting just to review this report. And I'll finish the rest of it later. But if you want to see the figures where we come up with $491,000, they're on page 13 and 14 of your agenda, 13A.
The issue, Judith, is I don't think we should specify a number of courts, because it's probably unlikely that we can build 8 courts for under 500. So what we have to challenge the consultant with is to build as many as they can within budget. And if it's going to be 8, we're going to be over.
So 5. One of these reports gives a suggestion for 5. Yeah.
I think if we simply say
5, okay?
as many as you can and bring it under budget, bring it within our budget. And that doesn't tie their hands. But we're also instructing the consultant to not spend time, designing all this other stuff. We have rolls and rolls of architectural drawings for things that were never built in this community. And we don't need any more of that. So I think the scope of work needs to be very, very clear to the consultant. The budget has to be crystal clear. And finally, hopefully, something can happen on this issue. It is a disgrace how long this has gone on. Beckett.
Does this $499,999 take into account change orders?
I can't predict the future.
It needs to.
Well, this is from staff reports, prior staff reports, so probably.
It's a rare project that doesn't have a contingency fund.
Yeah, I think it would have a contingency. I mean, this is a concrete slab, some grading and fencing. I don't think it needs a big contingency. It's very straightforward, very simple project. Shouldn't have a lot of change orders.
But except it will have some sleeves in, and also it may have some electricity to it if you need, like, I mean,
For
'cause
future.
like you plug in a thing to blow away the leaves, that kind of thing. Perhaps there will be a water fountain.
You will have one socket and one hose bib. That's it. That's all you get for 500, sorry.
It's about what we have now, I think.
Is it going to be coin lighting, where you put the coins in and then the lights go on?
That lighting would not be part of the scope of work. What would happen is that we would put sleeving in to accommodate, so you aren't ripping up brand-new courts to facilitate electric lines. But it is yet to be proven how much night use would occur. We have lighting at the tennis courts, and we really need to know the number of hours that those are actually, and you have to look at return on investment. You put 25 cents in the thing, and it costs hundreds of thousands. How many years before there's a return on the investment? What we're trying to accomplish is to get safe courts for people to play on, and as many as we can possibly accommodate on that site within this budget. That is the goal. And, maybe Diane is working on a situation where residents might be able to make contributions and donations that would have some tax benefit, and perhaps some wonderful person would come along and say, I want to light the pickleball courts. So, but right now, if you want this to happen, we got to get real. And reality is, it ain't going to happen if it costs more than $500. It's just not going to happen.
John, I need a clarification. I wrote down what you said for number 1, which is direct staff to proceed with a maximum number of courts and fencing that can be constructed with a budget of $499,999. Are the rest also to be included in this endorsement? Number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Are those?
Well, you'd have to strike a number 4, 8-court package, an alternative bid component. I think you would just end it at direct staff to prepare, well, actually, they're not design development documents, they're working drawings.
Yeah, do you need to see design development of this?
No.
I didn't think so.
That was in your minutes. That's what.
No, I recommended it when we were doing a more elaborate project, but for
No, you
this,
go
I don't
straight
think we
in-
need it.
Straight into working drawings.
So
So
it's
construction documents.
It's to proceed with construction documents.
Correct.
For a maximum number of courts? Is that?
No, for as many as the budget will accommodate.
As a budget, okay.
The budget of.
So Catherine, do you want to read the endorsement as you've got it? Because I,
And on the number 5, you would change return to GRF and MAC for review of construction documents, not development drawings. And I'd love to, we changed the 120 to 90, I'd like to change it to 60.
I don't think we can have constructing documents in 60 days.
No.
Build a fire.
We'll try.
75. How about 75?
It is a very simple design. The only complexity here is the soils and geotechnical work. That's it. Everything else is slam dunk.
But that's already done, isn't it?
Part of it.
Okay, we have some studies done.
Yeah.
and will parking be included in this?
As required by the city.
Yeah. I'm not anticipating there'd be any parking required, since this is essentially a replacement of an existing facility in a new location, but with abundant parking.
Actually, Bridge Club has said that they want more parking. So,
How nice.
well, I mean, the truth of the matter is, when the main lounge is rented and tennis is going, there's no parking for Bridge, which has the most needs for handicap access. So they might find that we need parking, and then I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm concerned about this. Catherine, do you have? Yeah. I want the endorsement worded so that we know what's going on.
All right, work on that. In the meantime, Beckett had his hand up, then Catherine.
I was just going to say the same thing. I'd like to have somebody read it out, what exactly we're voting for.
Okay, Catherine?
I would encourage us not to really try to push on the parking issue. You know, that little triangle over there by Clubhouse 7 cost us $225,000 when we were building the Village Greens. That was insisted by the city at the time. So-
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that there is
Let's
parking.
just drop the parking, let's try to get it. The argument has to be, it's the same people, a lot of the people come up in golf carts, so that there's parking available, and we'll put in what's appropriate for the number of residents that are playing at any one time, and which we really don't know because we don't know how many courts we're going to have, so.
And it
it's
will
gonna
be duly noted, Joanne, that once again, you were the champion of the Bridge Club.
Thank you. No, well, it's not just the Bridge Club, but, the tennis people have problems, and we bus in. We do. We bus in Bridge players when there's a tennis tournament going on.
All right, any further board discussion on this?
We're going to reread it?
Okay, yes, but I think Maxine's coming up, so I was going to let her.
Thank you.
Maxine McIntosh, 68C. I really congratulate Judith and John's M&C committee and the comments you both made today. I can see how very responsible you're trying to be, as difficult as it is. You've made statements that are very encouraging. And also, I want to tell you that recently I substituted as a PE teacher in a middle school in Irvine, a very new school. And I was, of course, in girls' PE, and they had I believe it was six pickleball courts on their blacktop. And the students are learning to play pickleball in middle school. If that becomes widespread, we will get more people coming into the community that maybe already love pickleball. So you do need extra courts probably to anticipate that. thank you for working so hard on this, especially Judith and John. I certainly appreciate it.
Wonder how many years it took them to build those courts.
The current membership of the pickleball club, and there are people that play pickleball who are not members of the club, is 265.
Surprising.
That are still residents.
Very.
Right.
Mary Stone, 356C. I think it might be a little nicer to say less than $500,000 rather than $499,999 and plus 99 cents. Come on, people.
Just trying to sell it, Mary, just trying to sell it.
Hi, I'm Jackie Martin. I'm at 5101 Avenida del Sol, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 265 members of the Pickleball Club. Can you guys all just raise both your hands? Oh, yay.
Thank you for coming.
Great. And what we'd like to do is thank you so much for working so hard on this and
You have no idea.
move this forward. And a lot of my comments, because of what's happened today, might be a little bit irrelevant, so I'll skip down to something that we know is that all previous attempts to repair these courts have quickly failed. No vendor can guarantee the repairs anymore. The patching was done on November 28th this last year, and cracks became uneven like the next day. Already pieces are flaking off, and the existing courts really are at the end of their life. They're 52 years old, and they were built for tennis, converted to paddle tennis. So right now, the condition of these courts are a serious liability, and we have acknowledged this for 8 years. We all have since 2009. 2 years ago, we posted a sign there that says, "Play at your own risk." That doesn't look good in our village. I wouldn't like to see that in any of our facilities. Last year, pickleball members were requested or required to sign a liability release, and I haven't ever seen that on any of the other sports I do in here, only in pickleball. So the record shows that we have major problems with the existing courts. There have been falls and there have been injuries. And we're not asking for a grand facility, so you're going in the right direction.
You're not going to get one.
We are just asking, as you said, for safe pickleball and paddle tennis courts, and we really appreciate you getting these courts built now. Thank you very much for today.
Hi, Roy Higa, 658P. I agree with you totally, John. I just want to bring up another point to look at. It's not really about pickleball players right now getting a new court. It's about the future. Right now, I've been corresponding with the wellness coordinator at Morningside in Fullerton. She's been calling me, and she's real excited about getting pickleball started in her community. And so I asked her, what's the average age of the residents? She said 85. I go, oh, 85. Anyway, they're building pickleball courts just for that. And I was supposed to go there next week, but they're not ready yet. So I'm going to go at the end of the month to teach them pickleball. So I just want to say that she's done studies on it, and she says pickleball is the wave of the future. So we have to think of this, too, is that it's going to be a good selling point for people, because people are going to be moving in here and they're going to be looking for pickleball courts. So that's my point.
Thank you.
Roy, can I ask Roy, what is that facility? The Morning Star or whatever you said? It's a retirement community, so they're doing it as a marketing to try to get people in? Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Mary Wall, 239D. Where's the security? There's no security in gate 16. You have the golf range, you have Clubhouse 7, you have the tennis courts, you have the nursery. This is all open sesame. You're spending $600,000 or $500,000 it's gone to now, and there's no security. Have you done an EIR report? Do you know that Ayers Hotel can hear all this noise?
We have sound studies, ma'am.
You have?
Yes.
Are they, where are they, sir?
Well, had you been to previous meetings, they were mentioned.
I haven't seen one. I'd like to see one. Anyway, I think the money should be spent on security and not on pickleball. I know all these people are pickleball. 200 people is all you have? We have more bus riders. And you,
265.
huh?
260.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed out 5. And you're reducing the bus service to save $200,000 a year, and you're spending $600,000 on pickleball. I don't think that's very fair.
Well, Lynn Dunker from the Ayers Hotel Laguna Woods. I'm here representing my general manager who asked me to come, and I have not seen the prior reports with regards to sound, but that is a concern that we have, that the sound will be affecting our guests and will adversely affect then our revenues and the revenues that are paid then over to the city.
Debbie Bloom, 3109 Unit P. I want to say that there's a much bigger problem, as far as I'm concerned, with the indoor pickleball courts. They're way more dangerous because they are so close together, you could take a swing and accidentally hit somebody in the court right next to you. I know it's really expensive to build more indoor courts, another indoor gym, but that's what I think we really need. But the other thing that would help would be to have somebody oversee the indoor pickleball. People get very mean to each other in that indoor pickleball area. We call it the drama in the closet.
Ma'am, we're speaking to this endorsement, and this endorsement has nothing to do with indoor pickleball.
Okay, whether it's indoor or outdoor, could we have somebody from GRF oversee what's going on so that we don't have this infighting? Because that's a pretty big problem.
We have a new employee through the Recreation Department who will be our racket sport coordinator, a woman with great experience at Mission Viejo. And when this facility, well, I'm sure even currently will begin working with the pickleball group.
Okay, that's good. Just to let you know, I love pickleball, but I don't play here. I drive a half hour away to play, where it's just a lot more peaceful and more organized. And I wish I could have that in my home. Thank you.
I would just say that GRF isn't going to oversee it, but perhaps VMS would. I don't think any of us is, yeah, just a clarification.
Doug Tummond, 4005, Unit 1A. I'm going to try to not muddy the waters here too much. But consider this, you're talking about building pickleball courts, which is fine. But we also have paddle tennis players in this community. And paddle tennis cannot be played on a pickleball court because the net is too high and the court is too short. That's easily fixed, which we've done on the existing courts, by a little lineage, little paint on the lines, and by using adjustable nets or nets that we can move in and out for pickleball. Because the paddle tennis net is only 30 inches high and pickleball is 3 inches higher. So I would strongly recommend that we build courts that are dual use, so we get full use out of this facility. And I commend you for going ahead with this. Finally, I have a letter on my computer that was written to try to start getting this moving, and it's dated 2007. So it's high time we got something done here. Thank you.
Oh, is he, without, I didn't get his name.
Walter Siegel, 3363 Monte Hermoso 3A. Just to support some of these comments, make no mistake about it, pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the United States, okay? and a lot of retirement communities are built around it. So the pickleball courts represent importance in the value and the importance of our community for those who want to come here in the future. It's a beautiful thing when our community hosts national tennis tournaments as the facility in the country that holds some national tournaments at our facility. So even maybe in the future, at some point, we can attain to that. But make no mistake about it, pickleball is here to stay and is really important in retirement communities. So.
All right, are we prepared to read the endorsement as?
It'll be a motion, won't it?
What?
I think it'll be a motion.
But there was, there was a request that the endorsement be restated.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to accomplish, is to restate the endorsement.
Okay, so for staff recommendation number 1, direct staff to proceed with construction documents for the maximum number of courts and fencing that can be constructed on parcel 3 with a budget not to exceed $500,000. Item 2 stays. Item 3 and 4 are removed. In item 5, there would be a change. Instead of design development drawings, construction documents.
And John said 60 days?
No,
Or is that-
I'll go for 75.
Are we changing the date too?
Wait a minute.
We could leave it at 97, 75 is less.
Huh? I was,
They can do it early if we say 90.
Potentially.
Right. I mean, if he can, he will.
No later than.
but we have to stop using the same consultant on everything so that we actually don't have all our work with one firm. Okay, so the endorsement has been read.
So we're down to 90 days?
I guess we're going to leave it at 9. I wanted 75.
The days?
Do I hear 30?
What do you want?
75.
75.
We have to vote on that, don't we?
Yeah, now everybody's clear on what the endorsement is, correct?
Right.
Okay, so Catherine?
Yeah, I guess I'm not so concerned about the number of days, because if it's not possible for staff to get it done in 75 days, or to put it as maybe more urgent over some of the other activities, and I don't know what their schedule is, but 90 days to me is more than adequate to move forward, and I'm sure staff will get it done as fast as they possibly can, relative to the other priorities that they may have, because our staff also services the housing mutuals. And I know it's frustrating to us, but they got to balance it, and they got to have somebody who supervises who is ever going to do the design also. And that's been one of our problems in the past, is we have not had adequate supervision of the consultants or the contractors we've had supplying the construction documents for us.
One of the issues, though, Catherine, is that we seem to be using the same consultant on many, many, many projects. And the same consultant that's currently has worked on pickleball is the same consultant that's worked on the garden center. And I don't want to get real specific, but speed is not part of the equation. And, there are many, many firms in this country, in Orange County. And I would think that there are even firms that would specialize in sports activity, recreation type developments that could, do what is essentially a concrete slab with fence. So that is, I will be totally honest. I want to see ground broken and this thing under construction before my term ends. And so I'm going to push as much as I can push.
I move that we accept the recommendations as stated.
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So now we have a motion to approve the endorsement as stated. John?
Do I get to comment now?
Yes.
Thank you. I went over to the pickleball courts on October 31st. And there's no doubt about it, those parts of those, a couple of those courts are just unusable and they're unsafe. And we've got to do something for the pickleball members. However, even at $500,000, for 250 members, that's $2,000 apiece. I just don't think our budget can stand it. Thank you.
Maxine McIntosh, 68C. By the way, if my humble opinion counts, I really agree with John about the selection, the person you have work with you being different from the one on the garden centers. I think that's a great recommendation. I just wanted to ask John, in number 1 on this endorsement, hadn't you offered an amendment by saying the maximum number of courts instead of 12-court facility?
Yeah, we removed the 12-court.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somehow I missed that.
Maximum number.
Okay, so we don't need your change. Thank you.
You already changed it.
Joan Brown, 5587A. John, $500,000 is nothing compared to a tennis facility. And how many members are in tennis, do you know? 300. Tennis has 300 members. We have 265. We've been increasing by 50 a year, and that doesn't count paddle tennis. That's just pickleball. We had somebody fall on the courts about 6 months ago. The guy had never played before, but he was a dancer, so he should have been fairly agile. And he just, in slow motion, stepped back and fell down, and his head hit the ground. And his blood came out of his ears. The man has not recovered fully. It was shocking to see. We feel terrible for the guy. We need to do something. If it costs $500,000, that's what it costs. But we have to do something, and that's what I think we're saying here today, as we've been saying.
Sir, you've already spoken once on this matter.
Because it kind of was a different.
All right. I would like,
I just had a question. Do we want to limit it to just the court and fencing if they had if they find out they have $20,000 left over and they could put two plugs, then they would put 2 plugs? Or is that
Or
not,
close
that
bin.
doesn't tie their hands enough? Are we okay? It's open enough? Okay, that was all.
all right. All those in favor of this endorsement?
Do we have Tom?
Tom,
Tom, he's in favor.
are you in favor of the endorsement?
Absolutely, 100%, yes.
Okay. Those opposed? We have 2 opposed, so that is 8 in favor. So the endorsement carries. Eight to 2.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Are you still with us, or are you going to check out?
I've got to be somewhere at 1 o'clock, but I appreciate
Oh, hell, you got an hour and 10 minutes left. All right, thank you, Tom.
So he's leaving?
He's leaving. Okay. Now, if pickleball people would like to leave, now would be a nice time. And
Quietly.
we love having you.
I just told Joan, I said maybe next time they would like to, they could watch TV and come so they don't have to sit for so long.
You'll be all alone.
Next time, it's nice to have you.
I didn't get it. I didn't.
Know that I know him. Can we take up, we can stand for a second.
Yeah.
No, I got it.
Go to the bathroom or whatever. I don't know if there's any more coffee. I'm probably going to get coffee. So where are they?
All right, the next item on our agenda is item,
13B.
I thought, Yes, 13B, which is to approve a supplemental appropriation not to exceed $120,000 for EV1 dual charging stations, 6 total at clubhouses 1, 2, and 5, and there is a resolution. So Joanne, could you please read the resolution?
Resolution 9017XX, whereas the GRF Energy Committee requested staff to investigate the installation of electric vehicle EV charging stations at the community's clubhouses, and whereas the GRF Maintenance and Construction Committee realizes the benefit of installing EV charging stations in the community as an innovative amenity to address the rising popularity of electric vehicle ownership, now therefore be it resolved April 4th, 2017, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby authorizes a supplemental appropriation not to exceed $120,000 to be funded from the Facilities Fund for the installation of 1 dual EV charging station at clubhouses 1, 2, and 5 for a total of 6, and resolve further to authorize staff to execute the contact with a vendor that will provide a turnkey solution, and resolve further to authorize staff to develop a policy for use of the charging stations and cost affiliated with the station's operation. There's an apostrophe after stations, on the last Essen station's operation. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of this corporation to carry out this resolution. And also move this.
We need a second to discuss it. All right, it's been moved by Joanne and seconded by Diane. I would like to speak against this resolution. The genesis of this whole thing was that, once again, we were presented some, wonderful opportunity by Southern California Edison. And so, as that situation developed, what would have been required is that we would have had to put 20 charging stations at one location and 10 at another, and we would have been bound by a very long-term contract with Southern California Edison. So as the details evolved on that project, it did not seem a good deal. It was tying us up and essentially providing something that there is not a current demand for. So in lieu of not going with Southern California Edison, staff was asked to look into what we could do on our own. And staff came up with a proposal, and they went to a couple of vendors, and only one, by the time it was presented to us, there was only one vendor that was willing to be involved. And that request, and this came up at the M&C meeting, that request was for $300,000 plus or minus for stations at these various clubhouses, and that was to come from the contingency fund. Mind you, there is no budget item for EV chargers in the 2017 budget. So as a sort of counter proposal to the $300,000, this resolution was passed by the M&C committee. And if you look at the minutes of the meeting, it was not a unanimous vote. I'm against this because it did not come from a felt need within our community. And I don't see this as a current priority. Ultimately, there'll be more electric cars and there'll need to be places to charge them. In addition to this resolution, we have an ongoing project, and that is that we, one of our 45 projects on GRF, took a $100,000 appropriation, which it's unlikely that we will spend the full $100,000. But that is to put a charging kiosk at the community center, and the purpose of that kiosk is we have 2 Chevy Volt cars that are manner alterations people use on a daily basis to go out into the community and do the banner inspections. Then we are also putting a charging station at the maintenance yard. And that charging station will have the capacity to service the current electric vehicles we have, and it has the potential for expansion because, as we learned in our mobility committee meeting yesterday, we're beginning to look at electric buses. And one of the things we asked is, would these charging stations that we're putting in be able to accommodate the electric bus needs? And so we're taking care of our staff needs, and we're not feeling a great demand coming from the community at this point in time. People that have garages have their own ability to charge any electrical car. People who live in the co-ops and other areas, you can charge the same way we charge our golf carts. The difference being the speed. You know, there's quick charging and slower charging. Now, Diane, when this was being discussed, particularly the staff things, she was saying, well, why can't those staff ones we're putting in be set up so that our residents could use them and charge for that? Well, we've actually looked into the one that's going to go at the community center, and it will be possible for us to equip it with the charge point system, which would allow residents to use those when they're not being used by staff. In addition to that, we've made overtures to the Ayers Hotel, because the Ayers Hotel has had a charging station probably for almost a year, right at the corner of their building, sort of the corner that faces the community center and Hometown Buffet. There's 2 spots there, and it looks like we're going to be able to work out a cooperative agreement where our residents could charge there. So in lieu of that, that's why I'm not in favor of this motion. This is another $100 and some thousand that we don't have budgeted. I would be in favor of making this an item to consider in the 2018 budget, but I'm against acting upon it now. Judith.
Okay, at the M&C meeting, if you can see the vote, 5-3-0, as chair, I chose to vote in favor of, and I'll explain that. If I had voted no, it would have been 4-4, and the motion would have failed. But I felt it had enough teeth, and respect to the director who made the motion, I wanted it to come to the full board and not just die at committee. I wanted it to be discussed on TV and here. So I will probably never buy an electric vehicle. I heard last week and then on the radio and then checked it out again on the internet, taxes on electric vehicles are going to be going up or taxes on gas is going to be going up because they're not going to be selling as much gas with more and more electric vehicles. So that's not good. And then the electric itself is going to be going up because it's the supply and demand domino thing. So I'm still sort of on the fence about this, but I did want it to come to the full board, even though I don't have a private interest in electric vehicles. But that's why it's here at the board, because I didn't want it to die in committee.
John.
I'm against this motion for the reasons that Mr. Parker pointed out, but also, it's just as a general objection. It says here that resolve further to authorize staff to execute the contract. I want to see the contract before I authorize staff to execute it. Thank you.
Well, John, we have, as you know,
There's a policy.
a policy. So this is not something that fell out of the sky. We have a very, very specific contract review policy that a lot of people spend a lot of time on. So, Catherine.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, and I'm opposed to this because we don't provide charging stations for people with golf carts when they go to the clubhouses or anything like this. I mean, if you own an electric vehicle, you got the provisions in your garage, or you're going to have the provisions where you park your car. So if you're going to have a visitor come and visit with an electric vehicle. Just move your car out and allow them to pull it in there and plug it in. We've got the provisions within the housing mutuals for this to take place. And for us to be spending $120,000 of unbudgeted money at this point, when we got a lot more serious issues within the community related to the funding of activities that I talked about earlier, I'm opposed to this. Also, I think your suggestion, though, of working with heirs is a very good one, because every time I go by there in the day, nobody's plugged in.
Yeah.
I would be opposed to having the ones that our people use at the administration building, because if somebody's plugged in and charging, and when our people get back, then they can't plug in. And, you know, and it creates another extra cost.
But I think you could
really
do
for
hours.
our residents.
You could do hours of operation.
Right. Well, you could do hours of operation, but I don't know. It's something, it's an additional thing staff has to then pay attention to, that at the end of the day, to make sure that their car's plugged in, that somebody may have been in there and plugged in for hours of operation, and so they have to stay after just to make sure they get plugged in. So it's ready for the next day. I think you're adding a complexity to staff that's not necessary, but I really support if Ayers is willing to do it. And let's recognize Ayers Hotel and all the hotels who have electric charging stations, those were paid for by Tesla. Tesla went out and offered money to any hotel that was willing to put in electric vehicle charging because it was to their benefit to sell the cars. And so let's ride on them as opposed to us making the investment for that circumstance.
Okay, Beth, then Richard, then Ray.
Yesterday in the mobility meeting and today with the pickleball people, what have we been talking about but service to our community, serving the people in our community? Having electric charging stations is a service to the community. However, at this time, we don't have such a great need to provide that service. So I agree with John in the proposal that we do provide the service, that hopefully they'll be able to use the charging station at the Ayers, and we will be able to have hours of operation that they'll be able to use our charging station that our staff uses. And we'll be meeting the needs at the time, and we'll look at the future. I mean, in a year or 2 or 3, if we have a high demand, then we need to revisit the topic again.
Yes, I'm not in favor of this resolution for a couple of reasons. One, we should be encouraging our staff to go to electric type vehicles, and that would save the community money. They were talking about bring people that come from the outside coming into our community. You know, that can maybe take 2 years or 5 years, who knows? So we're going to be building for something that has potential, but not actual service. But providing electrical vehicles for our own staff is a money-saving venture. At the mobility meeting yesterday that I attended, they were complaining about the cost of repairing diesel buses. Well, I know staff is trying to get rid of the diesel buses, but I know they're looking at electric vehicles. But we would see a better return on investment that we would actually be saving if we spent money for the public use. We don't know what the payback is going to be. So I am very encouraged to see that staff is starting to go electric, and I think they will continue to go electric because the maintenance costs are so much lower. Thank you.
Okay. I think.
Ray?
Ray.
Yeah, I'm in opposition to the staff, the center at the ad building being used by others, because people are visiting, going to restaurants and stuff will see that and they'll start using it, so it'll back up people up. I would go along with, like you said, with the heirs, make a deal with the heirs, and that would certainly help them as well as us tremendously.
I just had a clarification to what Catherine, I understood. If in my garage, I would be able to have somebody else, but I believe that, I think United, there's a problem in that you cannot, have a charging station in your parking space. And so in that regard, you couldn't do it. But I understand that they don't have the electricity for it.
It's the same as the golf cart.
Same as the golf.
Same as
Okay,
the
well, that
golf
was what I understood from so many, so it's just you don't have the quick. They could still, okay, got it.
It's not a fast.
It's not the fast charge.
Got it, thank you.
Mary Stone, 356C. I just look at it and I say $120,000, $120,000 out of your contingency fund. Your contingency fund right now would have an unappropriated balance of only $700,000 now. So you're starting to really drain that contingency fund, and you need that for emergencies, and this is not an emergency. This is one of those wishes, not one of those needs.
Raina Rothberg, Tower 704. When I was
think we
on,
wanna get-
when I was on the committee, it was presented that when we have guests, we'll need a station. We don't have gasoline stations in the village. I don't see why they can't go outside. I see it as a negative.
All right. Are we ready to vote on, all those in favor?
Wait,
One comment.
Just want to,
I'm sorry.
maybe a bit of a
Sorry.
clarification here. First of all, I support what you're doing 100%. If I was going to pick locations in the community where this would be appropriate, these would not be it. Residents already pay $240 for the most part to charge their cars. They're not going to drive over someplace to a clubhouse and pay again to charge. So I just don't see it, and I don't see us having enough guests to justify this, with maybe two exceptions. One would be Clubhouse 7, obviously. We have a lot of guests there. That might make sense down the road. And after a survey of our bridge players and determination, how many of them have those cars, et cetera, et cetera. And then the community center, where you also have staff workers who don't have access for that, who you might want to encourage as part of a sustainability initiative to buy electric cars. I know the state and federal government encourage it with various rebates and whatnot, or have in the past. So that might make sense. And then, of course, at the maintenance yard, where we're beginning to make a commitment to electrification, and so you have to have those facilities there. That said, I think this proposal just doesn't make sense from any of those logical business perspectives that I just identified. Lastly, I don't even know how to say this, the Ayers Hotel is very fine with staff using their charging stations. They are not okay with our residents using them. So I want to make that clear, because they don't know how to get to them and tell them to move it if one of their customers wants to use it. So that, it's just a customer relations issue with them. So I just want to make that clarification.
All right. Okay, I believe it's time to, all those in favor of this resolution?
It's against the, not
it's-
have it, right.
Essentially, if you do not want the resolution, you would vote no. So if you're in favor of the resolution, all those in favor? Okay, one. All those opposed?
I thought the motion was not to approve it.
No, the motion.
Just to approve it.
Okay.
The motion to approve, and then I spoke against the motion.
Okay.
So you want to change it?
Let's try this.
Yeah, I'll change my vote.
So we started.
All right.
Yes, start
So
again.
all those in favor of the resolution? Zero.
Okay, okay.
Zero. All those opposed to the resolution? It's unanimous.
I'll
Fails.
take that to mean if this is to be a priority in the future, we'll work with MNC and make budgetary recommendations to the full board.
Right.
For next year.
Yeah, if something like this is going to come along, it's got to be budgeted, not contingency. So, okay, boy, we're just making all kinds of progress. We are now on 13C, which is to entertain a motion to approve directing staff to access discontinuing That is terrible wording.
Assess, it's assess.
Yeah.
Assess discontinuing the support of analog television service on January 6, 2018.
Assess the discontinued.
And this came from Media and Communications.
Right.
And essentially, we have the greatest number of our community is screaming for improved broadband service, internet, et cetera. And analog TV stations take up an incredible amount of bandwidth. One analog station is the equivalent of 14 or 15 high-definition stations. So we have the capacity, without a great deal of expenditure, to make all those broadband people happy if we don't have a bunch of analog TVs. Now, mind you, if you have an analog TV, there are 2 devices that you can rent through our broadband services that make your analog work in high definition. If I'm saying something wrong, tell me. And those are relatively inexpensive.
There, any box that is compatible will make it work.
Yeah.
As a digital unit, essentially. But there is a small device, it's the cheapest one, that will only do that. It doesn't add any other functionality.
Yeah. So it's, even if you have an analog TV, it doesn't mean you have to, that you could rent one of these devices and you'd still have TV. And depending on which device you rent, you're going to have a greater range of channels or not. And this is something that was legislated by the federal government, I believe, that this conversion from analog to high definition, and we have been very kind in continuing to broadcast in analog and support these analog TVs, because most cable companies and so on are way down the road from that. So that is what this motion is about. And Joanne is the one that pulled this from consent. So would you like to express your concern about?
Again, I'm not familiar with what an endorsement is. It looked like it was an excerpt from minutes, and so I thought it needed to be a little bit more formal. I made it a little bit more formal, which I know Catherine is waiting for bated breath to receive. And I see no reason to read it aloud. I don't know if you have to read, I don't know anything about an endorsement, so I don't know if you have to read it aloud.
The audience should do.
I do? Okay.
Because now we have to vote on it because it was pulled from the consent calendar.
Okay. Endorsement to the Media and Communications Committee met on March 20th, 2017. During a discussion of services, the committee learned of the need for increased bandwidth and the high use of bandwidth space by continuing our analog support, which virtually all cable providers have discontinued supporting. For instance, Cox discontinued support of analog in 2014. Our residents and their devices are using more and more bandwidth, and there is an increased demand for digital content and video on demand. Mr. Holland, Staff Officer to Media and Communications, presented information on this subject, and Ms. Esperon reported that there were approximately 6,000 digital subscribers in Laguna Woods Village. The information presented suggests there are 6,736 residents which have any combination of analog TV sets, HD TV sets, DirecTV, Dish Network, or vacancies in their homes. A motion was made by Vice Chair Parak to move towards eliminating analog service by January 8, 2018, which is the end of a billing cycle. Director Wellickson seconded the motion. The vote was unanimously in favor. There is no cost to the community for this. Chair DiLorenzo recommend this to the JRF board with the full consent of the committee for their approval to begin implementing this motion.
I think it's DeLorenzo.
Thank you. I mispronounced it.
Why aren't you reading 11A, 1 of 1, the endorsement that is the blue sheet, which is what we're voting on?
I asked that it be you didn't hear me earlier. Endorsement 11A, 1 of 1, reads like an excerpt from the minutes, and it doesn't really give what the endorsement, which I don't know what an endorsement is, should be about. So I told John and Joan and Catherine that I had written one that better explains what the committee wants to have done and what we're doing, and why I'm asking for the board to support the endorsement to begin implementing the move from, or the migration or the termination of support of analog services on January 8th, 2018.
And the reason for that date is that is the billing cycle.
Right.
So, because we had originally discussed December 31st or January 1st, but because of the billing cycle, this would be easy.
And we wanted to give residents sufficient time and staff sufficient time to change over their televisions, and staff sufficient time to inform residents and maybe guide them to a source.
So do you make a motion now?
I don't know.
I guess I don't understand what's wrong with what was being presented here, because it gives you the data backup. What you read is a nice story.
The data backup is there.
It is here, yes.
The data backup says there are 840
That's
have
right.
a standard box.
That's why
Yes.
I guess I'm surprised, you know.
You know, Catherine, I see the time, and I was trying to be a little bit time efficient. And I guess I was not time efficient.
Yeah, it seems to me that this endorsement, we're all agreeing that we should do it.
Right.
All we're quibbling over is how you present
An endorsement, which we don't know.
an endorsement, or an endorsement that we're turning into a motion or an action, and the wording of it. And we're wasting time over something that we didn't really need to discuss in the first place, because we discussed it in committee, and most of us, I think, agree. And that's why it was on the consent calendar in the first place.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the endorsement as presented on 1/1/11A. It's clear, it explains what the situation is, and let's move with it and move on.
And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it was seconded by both Beth and Joan. Any other board discussion on this issue, other than the wording? Beckett?
Just to be clear, the actual motion is to move toward eliminating analog, correct?
Yes.
Essentially, yeah, what we're trying to do is give the residents notice that this is coming.
Thank you.
Mary?
I think what you really needed to do is just make a motion to direct staff, just exactly the way A was written, 11A was written. You make a motion to approve directing staff to assess discontinuing the support of analog television service on January 6, 2016. That's the motion. You don't need any backup.
It wasn't to assess, it was to begin the process.
Okay, then, to discontinue
Or to begin the process.
the support.
To begin the
Well,
process.
to begin, well, that's what assess discontinuing, I thought probably.
As I understood Chuck, he said that it's not something like you turn off a switch.
No, you can't, right.
So it's a process that has to,
And the other thing you might note is that those analog TVs are very heavy, and people are going to have a very difficult time disposing of them. Call Waste Management, and Waste Management will come in and take care of the problem.
God bless you.
Okay.
Do not put your old analog TVs by the trash bins.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, we are not in disagreement over content. We are in disagreement over words. And my patience is becoming very thin.
I'm with you, John.
So,
You know,
John?
Can I offer an amendment to the endorsement? I would like to say, I move we direct staff to move toward eliminating analog by January 8th, 2018.
It's already there.
I think if it's in the minutes that way, it's going to be a lot clearer to understand. And you won't have to go through all this background.
Okay, is there a motion to accept the amendment?
Catherine,
No. John just made he wanted to amend something, so I'm not hearing any great consensus to do that. So let's go back to Catherine's motion that was seconded, which is to just approve 11A, the endorsement. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? All right, we have, Tom's not here, so that brings us to 10, 9. So we have 8 yes, 1 no. Okay, just moving right along. We are now on
13D.
13D, which is to entertain a motion to approve establishing an ad hoc committee to review the SVA, and that is the architectural firm contracted to do the work, architectural work on the Performing Arts Center. SVA work product and work with staff on the remodel potential of the Performing Arts Center. And I'm going to turn this over to Judith.
I think Catherine handed out, before we started, that was the charter for this, because we didn't know if it was going to get pulled or not, so we can discuss it. So I don't know if you've had time.
It's a single sheet printed on both sides. It says 11B.
2 of 3.
2 of 3.
And 3 of 3.
And it is in the form of a resolution, but it's our understanding that it doesn't have to be a resolution.
Right. We anticipate Clubhouse 3 renovation being in 3 phases, nowhere near like we did with Clubhouse 2. So we don't want to ever have to close the clubhouse down. And we sort of had a little contention from staff. We want to make it very clear, this committee would not be a minute manager like Clubhouse 2 had to be. So it's a whole different ballgame, and we just want to make sure that we're in the loop all the time, and we have a choice at the times where we need input and supposed to have a choice, you know, with the colors and design and those types of things, because we're the ones that use it and we're the ones that pay for it. So there were 3 versions of a charter, and this is the version I like the best. And I'd like to see a motion to pass this committee. John's the one that decided we should have a committee, even though we're going in phases and we're not going to be near as involved as Clubhouse 2. But I think it's a good idea for a lot of reasons, and we'd like to hear from the rest of you, the board.
And I would like to say that earlier today, I complimented our current management staff and, you know, how we're very happy working with them and we support them and all of that. What I will not say is that we always agree. And so we had a pretty open discussion last Friday, and this is something that we just felt we wanted to continue the kind of board director involvement in a project as large and significant and potentially as expensive as the Performing Arts Center. So hence the formation of this committee. And in the endorsement, it talks about the membership and the someone named from United is Juanita currently. So the composition of this committee currently, if approved, would be myself, Judith, relying on our experience from Clubhouse 2, Beth, the performing arts background connection, John Frankel from 3rd, and Irv Wayland, who was
AA.
Walland, and that was Rhina's recommendation from the Towers, and then Juanita representing United. So that's kind of where it's at this point. And Judith presented the charter. So, John, you were the one that wanted this pulled from consent, so you have some comments?
Yes, sir. 2 comments. First off, the bylaws tell us the composition of each committee. It says 3 from GR.
Ad hoc.
It still says the same thing.
No.
I should have addressed that. It was a request by... yeah, well, this isn't it. It was a request by staff that we keep the numbers down. I don't know if Brad wants to address that or not. That was the only reason. We have no problem with having the 3, 2, 2, and 1. It's just, we were, and that's only 2 more people.
You didn't keep down as low as I asked you to.
I know.
Zero.
He's for no committee, no ad hoc committee at all. So that was the only reason for that, John. So,
Well, if you call it a task force, I guess this would be okay.
Right. Then we don't need a charter.
Joan?
Why not change the name to task force and avoid the controversy?
I so move.
I second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that rather than call this a task force, that it be called, no, rather than calling this an ad hoc committee, it be called a task force.
And therefore doesn't need a charter.
Not a committee.
Would not require a charter, and the membership component would not have to be the standard 3-2-2-1.
So staff still has to keep us in the loop as a task force, correct?
Right.
I think, because that was why we were going for an ad hoc committee.
We'll use the unapproved charter as a guideline.
Okay, that works for me.
Task force guidelines.
Okay, yeah. I'll repurpose this and then we'll,
John?
My second question is about the procedures for moving this along on the second page. We start off at number 7, it says it goes to the M&C committee, it goes to the CAC committee, and then down in number 9, it goes to the finance committee. And then, at number 10, it says the consultants and VMS may then commence implementation of the renovation. Isn't this going to come back to the board for approval? We know that every committee decision has to be brought to the board, and certainly a task force, which has less authority than the committee, would have to come back here with the, to give us the final say.
well, anytime something goes to the M&C committee, that recommendation will just automatically go to the board anyway. So that would be covered, because this ad hoc committee was going to be a sub-M&C committee. So a task force is still going to be under the M&C committee and report to us. And then anything that's that major, we bring it to the board anyway.
Okay, no problem.
Correct? Yeah.
The last ad hoc committee, John, that I was a member of was the HD conversion ad hoc committee, and we had one representative from each of the boards. And it works out, it's much easier to, it's a much more facile type of committee than the large group that we have. And that was why we wanted to go with the smaller group. And then the reporting part is like what was just stated. We reported back to the M&C committee, the HD committee, what had happened, and then the Media and Communications Committee reported to the full board.
So we're not going to actually be voting on this, we're just going to be voting on the
Not
motion.
if you insist
Well,
on
if it-
changing it to task
If
force.
it's a task force, then you don't need a charter.
But do we still have an endorsement of setting up the task force,
We need some.
right?
Yeah, we can,
That would,
Yes.
we can do
without a
that.
charter.
Okay, any other director comments? All right,
Dick Rader, 270D. Would the board entertain having perhaps at least 2 resident advisors on the task force?
absolutely not. What's going to happen is that the architectural firm that we selected has a very,
Collaborative.
that's the word, I had it the other morning.
And task specific.
But they have a very collaborative approach. So when we're in the design development stage, there will be meetings open to all residents, and particularly those groups and organizations that use the Performing Arts Center. And they kind of do a charrette type thing. So the design process is a very inclusive process. So there will be lots of opportunity for a resident, and particularly those groups that use the Performing Arts Center and know its pluses and minuses as it exists.
Thank you.
And Beth Perrick and I served on the selection committee for the architectural firm. And we interviewed 3 firms who had specific experience in Performing Arts Center. And the group we selected, this SVA, their presentation was unbelievably strong. They're local, they're in Irvine. And we think we've got a very good firm to work with. Mary?
Mary Stone, 356C. I'm assuming that your phases are going to be under $500,000
Don't
each.
assume. Don't
Okay,
assume.
okay, then,
To be truthful, by the time you would say the renovation, remodel of the Performing Arts Center is complete, you're probably looking at 7 million plus.
okay, just
So-
wanted to make sure that we have an understanding there. Also, the other thing to watch, be careful, be mindful of, is we do have a purchasing and contracts policy. And
No, that's a
That-
given.
that'll-
That is a given.
It's because of that figure that I wanted, when John, even though he brought it up, I prefer the ad hoc committee to a task force. I think we'd have more oversight over the money.
Yeah, I think
So if they're willing to use this as a rule, even though they don't even like a committee, they're not going to like a task force any better. But I think this protects us more.
Yeah, I agree.
And if we have to add 2 more people to the group, that's not a big deal.
Diane?
And the reason that we're phasing it has nothing to do with money. It's just trying to keep the building open.
Well, it definitely has to do with money.
Okay.
Because that's a big amount. I mean, that's going back to Clubhouse 2 figures. So, what's going to happen in this project is, it's going to be like if you've ever built a house or done the remodeling, all the stuff that costs a lot of money doesn't show and isn't pretty. So there's going to be a lot of nuts and bolts expenditures on, lighting, heating and air conditioning, all of the stage devices. We have elements on the stage now we can't even use because they're unsafe. And then we're looking at a building that was built in the 70s, and that's when that stage was sort of, well, we have to look to the future. If we're going to spend this kind of money, we better have the kind of technology and equipment that would suit future productions. So, but there's a lot of cost in a project like this that, it's the last minute stuff, the carpet and the lighting and all of that. But there's going to be a lot of money that's going to say, well, where'd you spend all that money? So, and this is another reason why we want to get this possible donation situation, because a performing arts center is a natural. People could buy individual seats, and that would help defray the cost if we're able to do that. Beth?
One of the things about this architectural corporation is that they have experts in each of the different phases and needs within a theatrical building. And they also are used to doing things in phases. They have said that they've had to do it on other occasions and why would that be? Because it's a lot of money. And so they start with the greatest need, and they're starting within the theater itself where the greatest need is because of the safety, and then moving on from there.
Judith?
And I understand, even though I wasn't part of that, they have their own interior design, and that was, so we won't have that conflict with Clubhouse 2. The interior designer and the architect were constantly fighting, and we won't have that problem here. But I'm still not going to be in favor of the task force motion. I want to go back to the ad hoc.
John?
I'll make that motion, that we go back to the original wording, as it was an ad hoc committee, GRF committee.
You're
and
rephasing
that-
your motion? Okay.
And that it...
You would have to withdraw it.
Yeah, you have a motion on the floor.
You have to withdraw.
Oh, we didn't vote for that?
Not yet.
No.
You
Oh, okay.
moved it.
Well,
Who moved it? Did John
It
move
was
it?
John moved it, and you
And you
seconded
just
it.
simply have to get permission to withdraw it.
can I have permission to withdraw my motion?
Anybody object to that?
No objections?
What are you withdrawing? What's the motion?
He's
Motion was
withdrawing
to change
the task force versus ad hoc.
Oh,
And we're back to an ad hoc. And in order to be a legal ad hoc, we would add an additional member from United and an additional member from Third.
Which is fine.
And then we would have the charter.
And we still have to put something in here about the committee bringing it to the board before the actual implementation of the renovation.
But that would follow the matrix anyway, yeah.
Well, it doesn't say it here. This says...
Okay.
Well, it's our
staff
normal
may-
policy and procedure, when money's involved, that we would follow that.
Well, I hate to have two documents contradict each other. If this one says,
I second his.
But this really wouldn't be a policy. This is like the directives for the committee itself. It doesn't trump the bylaws, or it doesn't trump the directives.
well, if you
So, yeah.
promise to obey the bylaws, I won't
Promise.
object.
Yeah.
Okay, Maxine?
Maxine McIntosh, 68C. John has mentioned something really important twice, and I want the whole community, hopefully, to hear this when he talks about the possibility of donations. I don't know how many people know that the really nice big clubhouse adjacent to the 2 lawn bowling courts was donated. It was built on donated money, I guess, by someone who loved lawn bowling. So there is a possibility, once that becomes well-known that you encourage it, there is a possibility you might get some donations on these projects. Thank you, John.
Well, the big caveat is if we can have tax deductible, you know, it's the rare person that donates without that advantage. So,
Okay.
all right, we now have a motion to create an ad hoc committee
For the PAC.
for the Performing Arts Center, and it was seconded by Joan Millman. So are we ready to, all those in favor?
I don't know what an endorsement is, so I'm not voting.
That's okay.
Okay, so we now have, let's see, we're down to 10, 9 in favor, 1 opposed. No, 8 in favor, 1 opposed.
Did she oppose or abstain?
Joanne is
I'm
opposed.
opposed.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we're just clipping along.
John, I'm sorry, but I've been side-talking with Joan about whether we need to read the resolution about the ad hoc committee charter and
No.
as part of the minutes. And
We can waive,
No.
no.
you can waive it?
We can waive the reading of the resolution.
Okay, and then would Catherine just insert it in the minutes? Can we do that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, now that brings us up to 14, I believe.
14 out of 21.
Everybody's favorite time.
The finance.
Finance.
Only because you're doing it.
Are we ready? Okay, so should I begin? Are we ready for me to? Okay, got it.
We're all leaving the
Okay.
room.
Everyone's leaving, that's why I wasn't sure if I was supposed, okay, so the report of the Finance Committee meeting, or Finance Committee, we didn't have a meeting in March because we are meeting only every other month, and we're meeting in the even-numbered months. So far, that seems to be serving us well. It seems to be meeting our needs as well as freeing up some staff time. We're also trying to keep GRF meetings together in the same weeks of the month. So to that end, we need to change the GRF Finance Committee's meeting date and time. What we're looking at now is meeting in the same week as the GRF agenda prep meeting, which is usually the 3rd week of the month. So that means that our next meeting will be, it will be in April. It'll be April 19th at 1:30. Okay, so at the next meeting, we're scheduled to discuss a GRF's investment policy. Last meeting, we had the detail about our investments, and now we're just going to look at the policy itself. Also, we'll get the computation of various fees charged by GRF. We're going to we'll get some quarterly data on the $2,500 trust facilities fee. And the March 30 financials won't be available at our meeting date, but they'll be provided to committee members when they're available. And that's because we have a 20-day, it takes us 20 days to close out the books from the prior month. So if our meeting falls before the 20th, then we'll have to get the financials after that date. Okay, so although we held no meeting in March, the Select Task Force had a number of meetings during the month. And the KPMG audit team has finished their audit of the 2016 financial statements, which I might add has kept our finance services staff very busy. The next step is for the three boards, GRF, United, and Third, to meet together with KPMG and the Select Audit Task Force. And then the boards will meet individually to accept their respective audited financial statements. The meetings were scheduled to have been held tomorrow afternoon, but we realized that they were not properly noticed, so they need to be rescheduled. And as I understand it, where we are now is that we think they will be held on Monday morning at 9:30, but we need to just confirm with all the boards that there aren't any conflicts. But at this point, that's what we're looking at, because we'll need 4 days' notice, and that's as soon as we can get together.
So this task force is not meeting on the 5th?
Tomorrow.
Correct. Right, we're not having that meeting tomorrow, because we didn't properly notice the separate meetings. And so we're going to do the whole thing, we hope, on Monday morning.
You're talking then about the, the audit report?
So, right, the audit report should be on Monday, and as well as then the final financial statement should be available. And I believe that we're looking at 9:30, and I think it's here in this building. Let me double check.
So that's Monday, the 10th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And unless my phone starts on fire, I assume that was correct. Okay, so it wasn't that there's really been a problem. The financial, it was just an issue of the meeting not being noticed. So the financial statements, I think, will be available tomorrow, and they'll be in everybody's box. In case you're wondering, I didn't mention Mutual 50 in the towers, not because because we often mistakenly forget it, which we shouldn't do, and apologize when we do, but it's because they aren't managed by VMS. They have separate management, and they've taken care of their own audit, I assume. So we're required to get the audited financials to the owner members within 120 days, which is roughly the end of this month. That won't be impacted. I just want to mention that a full copy of the financial statements will be on the Laguna Woods website. And also, speaking of the website, I just want to mention that the Green Book, what we refer to as the Green Book, this is the 2016, but the 2017, it has the business plans in it. It is, I noticed it is, I've seen it on the web, so if anyone wants a copy of it, it is on the web. And I got confirmation from Betty that yes, the meeting is the 10th at 9:30 a.m., and the financials will be issued tomorrow.
And where's it going to be?
City Hall?
It's at City Hall, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the other thing that I'm working on is the charitable organization, and I have heard from 5 people who are interested in working on this in the task force. Mary Stone, Joanne DiLorenzo, Joe Milliman, Lucy Parker, and Fran Moskowitz, who I publicly apologize to her because I haven't yet returned her call. And I hope to get the group together by the end of the month so we can figure out our course of action.
The 5 were, I'm sorry.
Mary Stone, you, Joan Milliman, Lucy Parker, and Fran Moskowitz. And as I mentioned in the paper, there will be plenty of time to volunteer if you're sort of on the fence and not sure what you want to do. I'm sure we will need more help as time goes on. So even though we didn't have a GRF Finance Committee meeting in March, we did receive the financial statements for the period ended February 28th, 2017, and I have a summary, and I will cue the slides. I think this is the room where I don't know if they're up or not, right? So I just will assume?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm assuming that slide 1 is up, and what it shows is we had total revenue of $6.5 million, total expenses of $6 million, which left us revenue over expenses of $474,000. The next slide, please. Sorry. The next chart shows activity and operations separate from reserves. After backing out depreciation, which is not funded through operations, we can see bottom line that we had an operating surplus through February of $234,000. Next slide. With a favorable bottom line of $474,000 compared to a planned surplus of $236,000 for the same period, overall, GRF was better than budgeted by $238,000. And that is primarily due to some lower expenses and also, but we also did have some changes in revenue, or revenue was off budget. And I just think in terms of time, people can read this, and I'm not going to actually read it, if that's okay. If you go to slide 4, please. This pie chart, we show the non-assessment revenues received to date were $1.6 million, and this shows you the sourcing of them. The biggest being broadband services, followed by the trust facilities fee, and so on. Slide 5, please. And this is total expenses, so that's why it includes depreciation. And it is, we have total expenses of $6 million, and this breaks out the percentage, the highest one being the employee compensation and related, since we are a services organization. And if we would please go to slide 6. This is the book balance of the reserves. So the beginning balance of just 32.9 million, contributions to date of $1 million leaves us with, and some expenditures, small expenditures, leaves us with almost $34 million. And if we would please go to slide 7. What we've attempted to do here is to take out for you, so you can see, if you take out the remaining encumbrances, we have remaining balance of $22.7 million. And this really has brought in all of the 2017 budgeted projects. So it has all of the projects that we have on the books for which we have budgeted money. Okay, so.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is this a new report?
Is this a new report?
I didn't recognize it. Have we been getting this every month?
No.
And
So we still have, I'm not sure that this is exactly how it will be presented, but yeah, but this is different. This is addition.
It does seem to be more accurate, and I thank you for bringing this to us.
Thank you. There are other things we're going to change, but at least this gives an idea. We're getting there. Okay, everybody good? No questions?
Thank you, Diane, and thanks for the good work. And Diane, some of these ideas, originated with Diane, and Betty has been extremely cooperative, so it's a good relationship.
Thank you.
Community activities, Beth.
Community activities, we have changed the May meeting, the Wednesday, May 4th meeting, to Tuesday, April 25th. Reason being, where the clubs request materials for GRF to buy, and we are going to give them that opportunity on that particular date to do it so we can get it to budget. A letter went out to club presidents, is going out today, and it says, "We regret to inform you that GRF will no longer be financially supporting the purchase of disposable items for clubs, which include, but is not limited to, rackets, shuttlecocks, balls, etc. It's the responsibility of individual clubs to provide disposable items for their club members." So that was one thing that we wanted to clarify in what the clubs could be requesting. So no disposable type items, we will not be purchasing those. We will also obviously consider objects that will be benefit to the community as a whole, such as if a new table tennis table is needed, or court repairs for tennis, or et cetera. So this special meeting will be Tuesday, April 25th in Clubhouse 7 in the main lounge. And requests may be made in verbal form at that meeting or in written form. And the written format is included in the letter to club presidents. So two things, the criteria that we have. Does the request benefit the population, a large population as a whole in our community? And is it non-disposable? So the meeting, the May meeting has been moved up to April 25th. Oh, it's, what time did I say? What time did I say? 1 o'clock.
1 p.m.
1 o'clock. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Beth. Joanne, Media and Communications.
Really fast. Russ Ridgway has resigned, and I've been getting a lot of emails because of the next door information circulated about that. The good news is that Chuck Holland has become the new staff officer, and you know that Chuck is, I guess he's the most wired person in the community.
He's got his own Wi-Fi.
That's true. The committee, as you heard earlier, has decided that it's time finally to cut the ties to analog, which will happen on January 8th, 2018. There's a task force set up to look at special contracts, and I don't know if the community is aware that we sign contracts for all of the television shows that you watch, and each contract is different. They don't really fall into our typical contracts. So a subcommittee, an ad hoc committee, a task force has been set up to take a look at how those contracts or the wording of our contract policy can be modified to make sure that we include all of the media contracts without falling outside of the parameters of our guidelines, of our purchasing guidelines. As you know, I think that was in last month's meeting, but Brad is moving broadband, certain pieces of broadband downstairs to the first floor so residents can have more easy access to, am I correct? And then the last thing is that we are going to be having a State of the Village televised message report from Brad on April 14th, just before Income Tax Day, in the hope that you can sit down and relax and enjoy hearing about the progress that we've made. And that's a televised only. It will not be an audience participation, but I'm sure that emails and phone calls would greatly be appreciated after you hear and want to make comments. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, the next item is the report of the Landscape Committee. And since the letters went out, the compliance letters went out to the garden center leasees, we anticipated a rather large turnout for the Landscape Committee. So we moved the committee to one of the dining halls at Performing Arts Center, formerly known as Clubhouse 3. And we filled the room, and we had 24 speakers. And one of the biggest concerns was whether someone can have a chair, whether someone can have an umbrella or a table. And we addressed that issue, and essentially, yes, you can, but the point was made that there are folding and collapsible chairs and tables. And if the garden space is precious, then how much square footage do you want to allow for that kind of activity as opposed to growing living things? We also had several people get up and tell how bountiful their gardens were and how they were supplying half the neighborhood, which once again makes me wonder whether 200 square feet is not perfectly adequate to satisfy personal needs, because we really are not having farms. But I think most of the people who spoke at the garden center felt their questions had been answered. And also, I want to say in a positive note that a majority of the people at the garden centers have taken those compliance letters and gotten to business. And if you go through either Garden Center 1 or Garden Center 2, there's been a tremendous amount of cleanup Every time a dumpster is emptied, it gets refilled. So I think people are being responsive, and ultimately, we will have a better garden center for it. Two other quick issues we addressed is GRF continues to try and reduce the turf around GRF facilities. So we did budget in the 2017 budget, and so we're addressing large turf areas by Clubhouse 6, particularly the front slope, which is a really inefficient situation to have turf. And there's also an area inside one of the gates, was the gate 9 or 11? I can't remember. It's another area where there's quite a bit of turf that serves no one. And one of the things the landscape department wants to do is to take what is turf and use it for test plantings of plants they would like to introduce in the rest of the community, but kind of want to see how they do before they go into large-scale plantings. And then the other area that's always of great interest is the creek. And we have hired an environmental firm that sort of brings logic to government regulations. And as a result of the winter rains and some of the damage sustained in the creek, really what we're being asked to do is not viable, because every time we have a strong rain, what we've just planted washes away. So we are looking for a modification in what we're being asked to do, because it's just a money pit. And but I have a good feeling where we're at on the creek. I think we're finally in a more responsive mode and have some people that know how to play the game with the agencies. And so that's all good. And that's the landscape report, and I'll turn it over to Judith for
That was where
the West Creek area is where the turf reduction was going to occur.
and the test plants.
And but that's not in United, it's in, and the other thing that happens with turf reduction is you don't get any money back if you're using reclaimed water. But if you're using potable water, so one of the areas that we're going to do turf reduction, we have the potential for a rebate, and one of the areas we do not. And it's about 20,000 square feet that we're looking at that would get a rebate. So staff is already working on the rebate through El Toro Water District. So Judith, maintenance and construction.
Okay, the committee met on March 23rd at Clubhouse 3, Dining Room 1 at 1 p.m. And I apologize to anyone who could not find us due to the closure of the boardroom. We had 4 action items. We've already talked about the pickleball. The second action item, we've already talked about the ad hoc committee for the Performing Arts Center. The third action we took was to authorize an expenditure of $38,000 for a mobile vertical fall protection system, and that was on the consent calendar. And the fourth action we took was to direct staff to move forward with the lawn bowling greens assessment and condition of the courts, and that was also on the consent calendar. Please remember that the M&C committee has moved to odd months, except for special meetings. The next scheduled meeting will be May 25th at 1 p.m., Clubhouse 3 again, probably Dining Room 1, that may change. Future agenda items will be the Clubhouse 2 Annex conceptual drawings, that'll be fun. A water fountain request was made for the Par 3 executive golf course, and LED lighting. Since the M&C has gone to odd months, I'll be putting out some prior notice on what really ends up being on the agenda, at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting, so you can make good plans to attend if any of those projects interest you. Don't forget that 4 days prior to the meeting, the agenda is posted on the website. And I also want to call to your attention, there is one correction in the minutes for March 23rd on the last page, number 6 of 6. Number 37 states members, Director Parker stated that the staff is not spending GRF money wisely. I don't remember you saying that.
I did not say that.
So strike that from those minutes, and they will be corrected. So, okay, and that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, The next item is Ray Gross, traffic report.
Okay, about a week and a half or so ago, on what is called This Day on TV6, Chief Moy presented a video, safety video on traffic, which he and I, staff, put together. It goes into the purpose for this safety, awareness, education, safety first, be aware of the primary cause of the accidents in the village, and education. A lot of people are confused as to how can we do these things? Well, Davis-Sterling Act authorizes private security to enforce traffic rules. In here, it's most important. All violations are recorded on video, which is extremely important because then you come to the traffic hearing and you see these things at that point in time. Violators are allowed to contest the traffic ticket or sign up for a 2-hour traffic school, providing you haven't had it in 3 years, haven't had a traffic notice of violation. We covered the stop sign violations, explaining the safety issues involving failure to stop at the limit line. That's very important, the white limit line. Record video of actors driving through the stop sign and being stopped by security officer. Provide explanation of the violation. Speeding violations, explain the safety issues involving speeding vehicles, which includes pedestrian, residential area, traffic turning onto roadway, conditions, curves, downhill, etc. Show speed on the speed indicator. It's shown there. You'll see like a number of, say, 38. That means you're going 38 miles an hour. Show the officer operating the radar and subsequent car gun and provide explanation of the violation. The vehicle leaving the community prior to the car's stop being conducted, explain that the officers do not have the authority to stop the vehicles outside the village. However, the officer will capture on video the violation, license plate, and driver of the vehicle, a picture of the driver. A notice will be sent to the resident informing them of the violation, and a hearing date or option of traffic school will be set up. The most important thing here is that the conclusion is to practice safe driving, buckle up, and know your limitations. This video is available for all organizations. You simply have to call if you have a group of people like the paddle tennis group that want to see the traffic for education purposes. They contact TV6, and they will have a copy of the video sent to them. Last thing we have here, since March of last year through February of this year, there were 2,844 notices of violations. Of that, 520 were suspended. There were 220 folks that attended the traffic school. We are also in the process very soon of putting together a DVD, a video on the traffic hearing, so that you can see exactly how it works. We have 4 directors that are judges, myself and 1 from each unit, and then it's shown to you and explained what is going on. You'll see everything there. So this will be, again, educational. And we want people to see this because there's misunderstanding. Another big issue we have here is that people figure because they're up in age, they don't need a vehicle registration or a driver's license. That's not so. So we go ahead and try to do the education fact. It'll be coming up soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
I'm sorry? It'll be the 3rd Wednesday of the month, should be. I don't have the exact date with me, but it's usually on Wednesday, 3rd.
Thank you, Ray.
Yes, sir.
Item number 20 is a report of mobility and vehicles. Beth.
Yes, thank you. Yesterday, in the Mobility and Vehicles Committee meeting, we discussed, one of the things we discussed was the criteria with which we're working, and one of 2 pieces we look at. Are we having satisfied, happy bus riders? And when we're making decisions, we're looking at the number of riders that are served, the greatest amount reaching out into the community. In addition to that, we're looking at using data to better serve the community. One example is we're collecting data on ridership. In other words, along the bus schedule, along the routes, where is the most usage? And when we find that out, we will be able to target more buses or more attention to that particular area and less to an area that has very little usage. Bus buddy training has continued. It's going on in neighborhoods now. So bus buddies are getting intensive training in riding the buses in their own particular neighborhood. So they're very used to it, and they can be specific to that, to the area where they live. Aliso Viejo Town Center bus schedule. It's an interesting piece that approximately every hour, we're going to, on Tuesday at 10 o'clock, starting at 10:15 in the morning from Clubhouse 1, we go to Aliso Creek, and at one side, we talk about where the stop.
Aliso Viejo Town Center.
Aliso Viejo Town Center, I'm saying it wrong, sorry, I didn't get the creek in there. And so we talk about the different stops. One of the discussions was, for example, if you stop at, if you get off at the stop at the Trader Joe's stop, then the places where you would easily walk are Panera and Walgreens, Growers Direct, and T-Mobile. And so you can pick where you want to get off, so you're closest to these shops where, or restaurants where you would like to go. See what's next. The Bowers trip. Becky Jackson did a wonderful job with the Bowers trip, and we're looking toward, in May, we will have another bus excursion, and that will be to San Juan Capistrano to the Mission.
Oh.
We've purchased 2 new vans that will be able to do a lot in, I know that Brad discussed this, taking the place of the lift buses because they're smaller and they're much more efficient. Next meeting will be June 5th at 1:30. And I'm not sure what the room will be. Probably Spruce Room.
John?
Just a quick question. The new, is it an RFID sticker?
Yes.
It'll replace the one we're using now, is that right?
The new sticker that they have on, that we have on our ID card? What are you talking about?
We're going to be tracking the number of people who ride the bus.
Right.
And are we going to use the RFID sticker we're using this thing here? Or
right, what's on our card.
So we'll be using this?
No. Pardon?
We'll be using these?
Yes.
And will the drivers continue to have their own card that they can swipe?
That I don't know. You mean, I don't understand.
Previously, the drivers had their own, each bus had 1 or 2 cards, and if say, for example, a passenger forgot to swipe her card, then he would swipe it. He or she, the driver, would swipe her individual card.
That was not discussed, but I would imagine that courtesy probably would be continued, and they probably would make note of it and let the office know that they swiped 2 times for a person who didn't have their card, just so that we can try to be as close as we can to using the data.
Well, as far as I know, there's no way to verify that without the names of the people who are actually...
Right. Well, we don't need to know that. We just need to know the usage, the large amount of usage, and where do we need to target it to service people best.
Chuck Holland has entered the picture, and Chuck was not there previously. And so he feels that we can now get the kind of information that we were told previously would be far too expensive to deal with. And then it's not that we need to know the person, it's not that we need to know the specific address. If we know the building, and that is enough to help with route planning and enough to help with frequency of user. So that's the direction they're going. And they may not equip each bus, but have a couple of units that they can put into buses, collect the data, and then put them into a different bus and collect data for a different area. So it's being handled logically. Judith?
I just had a question reading this report on page 1 of 2 for item 8. Also, when it said, other than providing an RFID chip, I guess like they put in our cars, to a new rider, or to make sure each rider swipes their card. So that doesn't mean they're going to have a swipe this part and get all our personal data, does it? That's what I wanted to make sure that's
No,
not
and
happening.
actually, they can, when they set the thing up, monitor what information they want. So so that it only reads the information like the building number.
Right, you just want your
I
address.
guess what I'm getting at is, will people object to, will they know when I got on a bus and what time I went back home, or I was here at this manner at 2:30 in the morning, or whatever? That's,
Joan?
What they will know is what building you came from, not your exact manner. That's all.
Okay.
So building 325 came on board at this time, 325 left at this time.
it
They
won't be
don't know
attached
who.
to a name?
No, no
Okay.
name.
Oh, that's, okay.
And
Absolutely
also,
Not that I'm doing anything weird.
you know, for the
know,
ACLU
wondering.
crowd,
Now I'm really,
Well, I do hospice at all hours of the
Right.
night, so you never know.
but you know, we always get into the ACLU people. And so we also discussed an opt-out, because the number of people that probably would object to it would be so small, it wouldn't affect the data. Ray?
I would think when this is gone through there, your number automatically would show immediately. If you have that, that would be a way of knowing exactly who is there, if it's the right people, because some people may use your card and it's not you. I'm saying this would be an exact way to know exactly who was there.
But that's not what they're, Ray, that's not the purpose of what we're discussing. What they're discussing is they just want to know how many riders get on or get off at a specific location. They don't care who it is, and what they're after is a building location and the numbers connected.
To
The
sort of help
personal
them build better
information is
routes.
not needed for the data.
The whole goal is to build better routes, to target where the most demand is, to meet the needs of the folks.
Okay, I thank you, Beth. And we are now on item 21, future agenda items, and that is talking about the drone policy. And as we've learned this morning, that is a work in progress, so I think we'll move right past that. It is now director comments. Richard?
No comment.
Joan?
No comment.
Joanne?
No comment.
Ray?
I'm fine, thank you.
Catherine?
I forgot her already.
John? Diane?
no comment.
Judith?
Just thank you to everyone who came all the way over to the City Hall to support us today. Thank you.
And Beth?
They're all gone now.
Okay? And
Not everyone. Thank you, Rhina,
Thank you,
for
Rhina.
staying.
Rhina, you get the Endurance and Longevity Award.
Take you to lunch.
This meeting is recessed to executive session.
Yay.
Fine, I hope you get a
We should invite her.